Good morning. How are we got any issues we need to address this morning before we get started?
I think there's only one, Your Honor, before Dr. Cohen. There are some other issues that can be taken up as to become timely and witnesses appear, so we don't waste time this morning.
Okay. What do we got? What's going on?
Dr. Cohen is, I believe, will be their first witness. You recall that previously she testified at a prior hearing. Court recalls I did file not only a motion to eliminate regarding her testimony, but also subsequent to that previous hearing, a Daubert motion. At the time that Judge Lewis was hearing the Daubert motions, Mr. Michaels and I had a discussion regarding Dr. Cohen. We felt that we could work it out without taking up the time, court's time. I believe we have reached an understanding. We just need to memorialize it on the record, and then Dr. Cohen can testify pursuant to that understanding, which alleviated hours worth of motion time, so we were able to work that one out.
I appreciate that.
I did send Mr. Michaels a copy of her previous testimony. Ms. Michaels. That's fine. Yeah. May we just approach?
Uh-huh.
Submitted that to Mr. Michaels last night. I believe to the most part, we are in agreement, along with just a couple of matters that I need to put on the record.
Okay. All right, I reviewed that.
So that's what'll not happen. And we've agreed that there'll be no testimony regarding the interview of Mr. Reeves and personal opinions regarding whether or not he was scared, whether or not she felt the case was justifiable, regarding the defendant's perception that he was a model police officer, that he did not choose to escalate the situation, her opinion he's not capable of violence, his perception no longer able to do the job, her opinion no mental problems, her opinion not believe that the defendant is capable of taking on a younger man, her opinion about his perceptions of vulnerability and why he did certain things. That she believes, her opinion, he did everything he could. Her opinion, he's old and disabled, and that's why he responded the way he did. Her opinion, no other choice. Her opinion, the aging process affects. Let me ask this last one. I just wanted to clarify the last one.
Okay.
That she's not going to opine that the aging process affected specifically Mr. Reeves' perception.
Okay.
So that's the, and Mr. Michaels can confirm that's the agreement.
Your Honor, that's the agreement. I mean, 90.702 tells us there are two types of expert opinion. One is to give an opinion of what the expert believes happened or should have happened. In this case, it's in the form of a dissertation. So essentially, we agree that Dr. Cohen's here to educate the jury regarding the aging, the process of aging, and how aging, the process manifests itself on certain decision-making, vulnerability, perception of vulnerability, those sort of things. Nothing to do directly with Mr. Reeves. She's not saying, you know, I analyzed him and this is my opinion, so we agree with that.
Okay, very
And
good.
the state, I've taken her deposition.
Okay.
And she is qualified to do that. There's
Okay.
just one other matter we can approach.
Sure. All right, while that's being done, I'll announce all the presents. We've got Mr. Scott Rosenwasser for the state, Mr. Manny Garcia, Mr. Glenn Martin for state, Mr. Richard Escobar, Mr. Dino Michaels for defense, and Mr. Reeves is present, as is Karina Flores. Mr.
Thunderberg is in the back
Okay.
with the big screen.
Okay, very good. All right, can we go ahead and proceed then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring 'em in.
Jurors enter in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All righty.
Jurors may be seated. Jurors are present and comments for Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Excellent, thank you. All right, Mr. Michaels?
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense will call Dr. Donna Cohen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
Please state your name.
Donna Cohen.
What is your profession?
I'm a professor emeritus in the Department of Community and Health Sciences at the University of South Florida.
And how long have you been at the University of South Florida?
I've been at the university since 1992.
And the department that you're a professor emeritus, first tell me what a professor emeritus means.
A professor emeritus is status given to certain faculty members upon their retirement. You have to be evaluated by your dean. It has to go to the provost and to the president. Not everybody becomes an emeritus. It's based upon your contributions over your professional career.
And how long did you serve as a professor at the University of South Florida?
Since 1992.
Now tell me what the department, tell me the name of the department again, please.
The department was Child and Family Studies.
And what does that have to do with aging?
Aging is a lifespan phenomenon, and the department that I was recruited to chair in 1992 was split into two pieces, and faculty moved into larger departments. It was an economic move.
Okay. And so was one of those pieces the study of aging? And aging
Absolutely.
related?
We had a substantial contingent of faculty members.
And is that the department that you started at University of South Florida?
The one I was recruited to was the Department of Aging and Mental Health in 1992.
All right. Now let's talk a little bit about your education. Undergrad?
Undergrad was at Duke University.
And what was your degree from Duke?
It was in zoology.
And what year did you graduate?
I believe it was 1969.
Your master's?
Was at the University of South Florida, in the University of Southern California in
Okay, that was in 1973.
yes.
And what was your master's in?
My master's was a study of chromosomal changes. The chromosomes carry the genetic material, and was looking at the relationship of chromosome changes to people and their cognitive functioning as they got older.
Okay, and was that considered a specialization in adult development and aging?
Yes,
And what about your doctorate? Where did you get that from?
from the same institution.
Okay, and what was your doctorate in?
My doctorate was an evaluation of spatial abilities and verbal abilities in older adults past age 60. Until I did my study, nobody had looked at sex differences in spatial and verbal skills in people over the age of 60.
And again, did that specialization have to do with adult development and aging as well?
Yes,
Okay, now I imagine you had many positions between the years of 1975 and present. Is that fair to say?
yes, sir.
Let's go over just some of them.
Sorry. There's banging going on over there that seems like we might be able to alleviate. I'm sorry, Dr. Cohen.
Director, well, let's start with this. 1976 and 1979, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, School of Medicine, University of Washington. Tell me a little bit about that position.
I was recruited there as an assistant professor and was promoted to associate professor with tenure after 4 years. And I had the responsibilities of continuing my research. I also was teaching medical students, residents in psychiatry. I started the first training program for psychiatric fellows and psychology fellows in the country, and ran it with a gentleman who ran the residency program.
Okay. And again, having to do with the study of aging.
Yes, sir.
Now we're going to go forward. I know there were a lot of appointments in between. Let's go to 1981 to 1985. Division Head, Unified Division of Aging and Geriatric Psychiatry, Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York. Tell me about that position.
That was a position within the College of Medicine, the Albert Einstein College of Medicine and Montefiore Medical Center. As a PhD, not a MD psychiatrist, I was made division head because at that time there were really enough people to take that position. However, the two psychiatrists functioned as my co-division heads because of the obvious legal and clinical implications. There I started the first chief residency in geriatric psychiatry and got a number of grants from the National Institutes of Mental Health to improve medical school education. I also continued my research.
Okay, and if you would just lean a little back off the microphone, we're getting,
Sorry.
that's okay, we can hear you fine from that level. What about at the same time, postgraduate fellowship training program, the same institution?
That again was a program to recruit individuals who had wanted advanced training in geriatric psychiatry, and again, it was one of the first that was established in the country, and I probably had 20 fellows go through that who are now major leaders in the field today.
Okay, 1986 and 92, University of Illinois at Chicago, Deputy Director, Gerontology Center. Tell us a little bit about that.
I was also a professor in the School of Public Health, and I was assisting the dean, who was the director of the center, in basically the entire range of activities, from managing faculty in their research programs, training young faculty how to get grants. I was doing a significant amount of teaching across the university, and I worked with the president of the university at that time to get a major grant to plan what was then to be the 1991 White House Conference on Aging, which was changed for political reasons.
1992, Chair, Department of Aging and Mental Health, Florida Mental Health Institute at University of South Florida. Tell me about that.
There, I was chairman of a department of about 30 people. At becoming a chair means you're beginning to develop your departmental faculty, your student programming, and to minimize the amount of time you spent in research because you have to develop a class department. We did that, but I also had a group of faculty members who worked with me in my lab, so I was able to continue my research.
1993, Director of Aging Studies Initiative, University of South Florida. What's that about?
I was hired as a chair, but the provost and the president of the university wanted my dean to allow me to develop an aging initiative, which led to the first PhD program in aging studies in the country, and it also led to a major set of projects involving, I would say, 80% of the departments in the university.
Okay, and I know that's just some of your appointments. Let's talk about what are called editorial appointments. What's an editorial appointment?
An editorial appointment means you can either be appointed as an editor, where you have full responsibility for the overall quality of the journal. You can also be an associate editor, where your job is to review articles and also assist the editor in making decisions about the conclusions that other people meet. It's something that almost every faculty member does. I was editor of one particular journal for about 8 years, and then passed it off to someone else because I had other things to do.
Now let's talk about, what do you mean when you say journal? What does that mean?
There's many different journals that faculty members publish in, students publish in the field of psychology in general, in the field of traumatology, in the field of geriatrics, gerontology. There are journals that are regarded as Class 1 journals, which are the most difficult to get into with a high rejection rate. There are the middle and lower class journals, but we have to be careful about lower class journals because the field of aging has exploded and there are new areas opening up, and new journals start, and quite often students start publishing there.
So journals are like written articles that that teachers and educators would look at to learn about the field?
Teachers, educators, other faculty members trying to enhance their own research, other mental health professionals, a full range of gerontology, or the field of aging, is a highly interdisciplinary field, so there are many individuals who may have interest in those.
Okay, so from 1970, and you have several, let's go over a couple of them. 1997 to 1990 Editorial Board Experimental Aging Research. You did that for, it looks like 13 years.
Yes,
And is that a journal?
that's a journal, and it was a quality journal, and it was highly experimental. So
And is-
you didn't get clinical studies or qualitative studies. It was pretty heavy science.
And editorial board meaning what? You were invited to be on the editorial board?
You're invited, you're vetted, and approved, as long as you continue to do your work.
Okay. There's one for book review editor, behavior, health, and aging. What is that?
As editor of that particular journal, I did many of the book reviews because my associate editor was handling many of the administrative capacities, and it was a way to keep up with the field.
Okay. Between 1995 and 2004, you're on the editorial board of Journal of Aging and Identity, right?
Yes,
And also the Journal of Mental Health and Aging.
yes.
Let's talk about some of the professional and scientific societies you're a member of. You're a member of, or were a member of, American Psychological Association.
Yes.
Tell me, what is that?
American Psychological Association is the premier association for the field of psychology, ranging from forensic psychology to aging and human development to clinical. There may be 40 different divisions to that, and I stayed and was very active with that organization until I retired. So,
And what about the American College of Forensic Examiners Institute, American Board of Psychological Specialties, diplomat in medical psychology?
I was a member there where I was participating in writing articles, doing education and training throughout the state of Florida, as well as other states, to write about my work in some forensic issues. And I also was working with a number of faculty members who were members of that organization, and we actually set up a coalition of researchers.
Now, you also received several awards throughout your career, right?
Yes.
Let's just go over some. 1997, Who's Who in Medicine and Healthcare. What is that one about?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Who's Who in Medicine and Healthcare?
It's a listing to which people who meet certain standards or have certain credentials are listed as being nationally recognized experts in the broad field of medicine.
Okay. You also won in 1995 the Annual Authors Award at University of South Florida.
Yes.
And in 88, even back then, the Chicago Healthcare Council Award for Healthcare Management.
Yes.
Let's talk about, and there are other ones, but let's go to some of the what are called national, international responsibilities. Tell me what that means.
The academic, scientific, and clinical communities have a number of venues. Since my first appointment, I have sat on the Board of Counselors for the National Institute on Aging 2 years into becoming a faculty member, where we're reviewing the responsibilities and the accomplishments of the National Institutes on Aging. I sat on numerous study sections, which are again nationally based scientific programs where scientists are brought together to evaluate grants. And I have chaired many of these throughout my entire career. So basically, from the first time I became a faculty member until my retirement, I served on multiple committees.
Okay, well, let's just talk about a couple of them. Member NIH study section, social psychology, personality, and interpersonal processes. What's NIH?
The National Institutes of Health.
Okay. And tell me about that organization.
The National Institutes of Health is a major government agency that has many different institutes associated with it, ranging from the NIA, the National Institute on Aging, to the National Cancer Institute, to the National Infectious Disease Institute, so there are probably 20, 25 different groups. And the responsibilities of these groups is, again, to promote research excellence in the fields to which you're appointed.
And 2015 White House Conference on Aging, regional/national meeting, what is that?
There have been White House conferences on aging since 1961, about 10 years apart. There are many responsibilities. The people elected and appointed to these committees represent some of the top leaders in the field of aging, and the intent is not only to promote research, but to promote programs that will educate professionals as well as the public, and also to enhance the political and policy programs to support our growing aging population.
In 2006, you're a member of the National Institute of Health Study Section for Psychosocial Development, Risk, and Prevention. Is that dealing with aging?
Yes.
Board member, National Committee for the Prevention of Elder Abuse in Washington, D.C. Again, we're dealing with aging in that?
Yes.
Consultant, Office of the Inspector General, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in Washington, D.C. Tell me a little bit about that.
I was working with them as a consultant, approved by the university to investigate Medicare fraud and abuse.
Okay. Again, let's talk about, you're a member of the advisory board, the Encyclopedia of Care of the Elderly, Springer Publishing Company. Is that what it sounds like? You're part of an advisory board looking at this
Correct.
encyclopedia that's being written?
Not just looking at it, but actively writing it, recruiting other individuals, and to maintaining the overall accuracy of the field at that stage.
I'm just looking through them, there are pages of them. A consultant, Department of Justice, 96 and 98 in Washington, D.C. Is that dealing with aging as well?
Yes, it was. Janet Reno had convened a group of experts to come in and look at issues affecting the abuse from injury to death in older people.
Member of Advisory Board, Center for Aging and Development, Medical College of Wisconsin. That obviously deals with aging.
Yes, it does.
Contractor to plan the 1995 White House Conference on Aging. Tell me what that means.
At that point, the Federal Council on Aging, which advises the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who in turn advised the President, or the Secretary and the President, wanted to have a national planning committee, but they only had a limited amount of money to spend. At that point, the President of the University of Illinois asked me if I would take on the responsibility of helping him convince other people to donate to the cause. So the University of Illinois put in a $1 amount of money to get the contract from the Federal Council on Aging, and with his help and the help of many people in the field, actually raised several $1 million to support the planning of the conference.
1981, you were an invited participant to the mini White House Conference on Aging. Tell me about that.
The structure of the White House Conference has changed over the years, and there was an attempt to broaden the involvement of the business community, to go beyond just the scientific community and politicians. And so there were, I would say, 20-some-odd many White House conferences on aging. I participated in the one on Alzheimer's disease. I participated in the one on business involvement. And again, it brought together groups of people who were identified as experts to help identify an agenda to improve the well-being of older people in our society.
Member of the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Animal Models for Research on Aging, Institute of Laboratory Animal Resources, National Academy of Sciences in Washington, D.C. Tell me about that particular involvement.
Being appointed to a National Academy of Science Committee is a prestigious appointment. That was a particularly interesting part of my career because at that time, the University of Washington maintained the largest and only primate community, macaque monkeys, in the country. And they were growing older, and the university had decided that they could no longer support older macaques because they were too expensive. Doug Bowden, who headed the Primate Center, brought in a group of us to help design a study, and we designed a study to compare 40-year-old macaques to 20-year-olds to 10-year-olds. Unfortunately, to do the biopsychosocial comparisons, we had to sacrifice some of the animals. They could not find a psychologist who would be willing to do the behavioral studies. So Dr. Bowden convinced my chairman that that was something I could do.
Now, go all the way back to 71. You were part of the staff for the White House Conference on Aging even back then.
Right.
Now, you also have several local responsibilities, and they're listed in your CV or your resume, and that will be putting into evidence. But let's just talk about a couple of them. You were a member of the Executive Committee for Elder Court in Hillsborough County.
Yes.
Advisory board member, University Community Hospital Senior Care.
Yes.
Now, books, there's a list of at least 11 books that you either authored or co-authored. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they're all on the subject of aging
Yes.
and aging research.
Correct. And clinical work and education.
There are also journal articles and book chapters, and those number almost 200, 196 by count of your resume. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, all dealing with the field of aging
Yes, sir.
in terms of education
Yes, sir.
and research.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are also some papers or articles that have been submitted that are waiting to be published. Is that right?
Correct.
You also have some technical reports in print.
Correct.
Part of your teaching experience, you've taught undergrad courses in biology of aging,
Correct.
the psychology of aging,
Yes.
honors courses in challenging in an aging society,
Yes.
applied ethics of aging,
Yes.
graduate courses in the psychopathology of aging,
Yes.
aging and mental health,
Yes.
the psychobiology of aging,
Yes.
and the biopsychosocial aspects of aging, right?
Correct.
Okay. You've also taught medical students,
Correct.
dental students,
Yes.
pharmacy students,
Yes.
law students.
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Cohen, let me show you what's been marked as defense at this point, Exhibit G. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is that your curriculum vitae?
Yes, sir.
Or I was referred to as resume. Is it the same thing?
It's a vita and a biography.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, defense would move, I'm sorry, did you see this, Martin?
May we approach?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, this time, defense would tender Dr. Cohen as a qualified expert pursuant to 90.702 in the field of aging and aging studies.
Court finds she can testify as to those subjects.
Okay, let's talk about the field of aging. Sounds very broad. Tell me a little bit about the field of aging and what that entails.
Aging is a natural process. It's also called senescence. It's a process of change in the biology, the psychology, the physiology, and behavior and social and environmental circumstances of older people. There are two reasons people age broadly. One is there are genetic causes, and second, there's something called wear and tear of the overall body, mind, as a result of time and exposure to a variety of circumstances. Aging, senescence, actually begins about 25, 30. You're not aware of those changes, but they are progressive. They progress at different rates in different people.
And let me talk about this a little bit. Would you agree or disagree with me that aging is universal?
Correct.
In terms of over the human
Absolutely.
population, right?
Correct.
And you talked about biopsychosocial. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The bio part is what? The biology?
Biology.
Tell me a little bit about that. What do you mean by biology?
Biology refers to changes in cells and tissues that lead to changes in functioning. So examples of that might be changes in the cells of muscles and cartilage around joints, so that the changes that occur, which may be a hardening of the cartilage, which can be aging but also due to injury and overuse, leads to some functional impairments in your ability to get around. There are aging changes in the eye that lead to a yellowing of the lens, which affects your ability to see near objects. The lens becomes stiff. The eye loses nerve cells, which leads to changes in depth perception. And in fact, it's probably the changes in the eye that awaken most people to be aware that something is changing in their body, because many of the biologic changes that are going on in your metabolic rate, in your breathing capacities, are not on your radar.
Well, let's talk about a couple of those things, just so I can understand. One is, you talked about decrease in muscles. Tell me about that. What does the aging process do to muscle mass? How is muscle mass affected by the process of aging?
Okay, I'll add caveat, it's affected by the process of aging, but it can also be changed by the physical activity that an individual has to maintain the muscle mass. But as a function of primary aging, which is changes that are not due to disease, you see that there are changes in, there's certain muscles that contribute to contraction, there's certain muscles that relax, and this affects this slows down with time, but it happens gradually and cumulatively. There are changes in the nerve conduction velocity, so that if you asked me to hold my head back from the microphone as you did, I did it pretty quickly. If you had me just press something to show I had a good reaction time, it would be slowed. Reaction times are slowed due to changes in conduction along your nerves. And what happens to your nerves and muscles, because they're interconnected, is that it leads to problems in mobility and functioning at certain times. But again, it's not at the same rate and pace in all people.
Okay, now you said it's gradual. So does that mean that somebody would wake up one day and say, I'm old, or is it cumulative, as you said? Tell me what you mean by cumulative. Is that the same as gradual?
Yes, but it also refers to a dynamic quality, that these changes are occurring, they're not on our radar screen, so that the difference in a 30-year-old and a 70-year-old would be about a brain weight in a 70-year-old, which is about 82% of what it was when they were 30. There'll be a change in their basal metabolic rate, how they metabolize and heat their bodies. And that goes down in a 70-year-old to 84% of their 30-year-old capacity. Your breathing tidal capacity in a 70-year-old is 45% of what it was as a 30-year-old. So these things are happening, but they don't necessarily impact your ability to drive a car to work, to do your job, to take care of your family. But at some point, these do become debilitating, and you also have changes physiologically that lead to an increased risk for disease and serious diseases. In fact, 74% of the Medicare population living in the community have 2 to 5 chronic conditions.
Now, let me ask you, you said the word disability, and you said the word functional impairment. What does functional impairment mean?
Functional impairment means you have trouble doing something. So that I fell on Bayshore Drive in Tampa and broke my wrist, and so I had problems. I was impaired in my ability to write with my right hand, but I could compensate by doing it with my left hand. It also affected my ability to do other things. So that functional impairment implies a loss of capacity that may be compensated by.
Okay, so loss of functional impairment, would that be, I can't walk from this lectern to the witness box as quickly as I used to 20 years ago? Would that be considered a functional impairment?
Yes.
And if that's a result of my arthritic knees, would that be, unless there's an injury, as part of the natural aging process?
It'd probably be a mixture of primary aging, but also we talked about aging being subject to wear and tear. So, repeated use of joints, repeated injuries, depending upon your occupation, could lead to significant impairment in your ability to do a variety of things that affect your mobility and your ability to function.
And let me ask you this, I probably should have asked you earlier. One thinks of aging and one thinks, well, I know that people get older. Tell me why you got involved in this field as an educator.
I was a undergraduate at Duke University from 1965 to 69. Duke was one of the few universities in the country that had a large aging center. And at that time, the aging center had 65% of the NIH budget for aging research. There were about 40 different faculty members involved in research and clinical work, and I was just attracted to the field. I also needed a job as an undergraduate, and even though I had a fellowship from the government, and got myself a job actually doing coding in the aging center. And as I got exposed to the graduate students and the faculty members, it became a passion for me.
Okay. And why is there a need to educate not only your students, but the public about aging and aging issues?
Objection, relevance for this case?
Approach.
based on your research and your teachings, is the United States an ageist society?
Yes,
And tell me what you mean by that.
and we're not the only ageist society. The ageism reflects the negative attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors towards older people, and older people often taken to be 60, 65, and older.
Objection, relevance.
All right, approach.
We talked a little bit about the bio and biopsychosocial. Let's talk about the psycho. What are we talking about in that segment of that word in terms of aging?
We're talking about changes that may occur in your ability to learn things quickly, changes in short-term memory, long-term memory, your ability to problem solve, your ability to control your emotions, your ability to behave appropriately in different circumstances, either social circumstances or more demanding circumstances. It also refers to your personality, which remains largely stable throughout your lifespan unless you have a significant pathologic problem. There are changes in the brain and the nervous system which affect your psychological functioning, but also issues in biopsychosocial is a term to look at the overall body and mind, but biopsychosocial makes us think that there are discrete functions of all three. Actually, the bio, psycho, and social interact with each other to contribute to positive and negative outcomes, to contribute to the type of diseases people get in their different organ systems, so that it really does integrate, because aging is dynamic. So the biologic changes that you may have in your brain that leads to certain kinds of vulnerabilities in blood vessels, in nerve conduction, brain cell loss, actually does affect your behavior. So they're really interactive, if that's responsive.
Let's talk about the term used, vulnerabilities. The topic, vulnerability of the aged. Tell me what that means to you as a topic.
Vulnerability actually comes from the Latin word which means to wound. It is something that indicates one is in a position to be physically or emotionally hurt, attacked. The concept of vulnerability in older people rises directly out of the kinds of diseases, the kinds of injuries, the wear and tear, and the illnesses that people get. So the older people who are at risk for more medical and physical issues become vulnerable, meaning they're at risk to not be able to do things and not be able to protect themselves. In fact, the things that the older population are most afraid of are frailty, losing their health, being hurt, and having an untimely death.
Now, as one ages, is there a realization of is there a heightened awareness of one's vulnerability? In other words, do we become, as we age, more aware that we're more vulnerable now than we were when we were younger?
It comes, but it's something that doesn't become part of your awareness on your radar screen until you're hitting late midlife and early old age. Bernice Newgarten described the categories of aging, which is the young old are 65 to 74, the old 75 to 84, and the oldest old 85 and older. So that sometime, again, depending upon your injuries, your illnesses, changes in your biology, which lead to immune dysfunction and to cancers, do affect your vulnerability and your ability to tolerate stress and your ability to respond to protect yourself.
So let's talk a little bit about this idea of an awareness of the vulnerability. How does that dovetail in with how an older person would react to stress? Is there a difference between the aged realizing this vulnerability, reacting to stress? Do they have a heightened awareness or response to stress?
Yes, you can be a young person who's been severely injured and know that you can't do certain things and would be vulnerable. In fact, we all could be vulnerable to suffering. But what makes the older person population different is that having an awareness of not being able to do things as well, in fact, to be compromised. You may want, to have, clean the gutters, but you're not going to go up on a ladder to clean the gutters. You're not going to do certain things knowing that it's not something that's safe to do. And older people who are without serious cognitive disorders do have an awareness of what they can do, what they can't do, and in fact change their behaviors to try and overcome the impairment.
Now, if an older individual, I guess a younger individual as well, but an older individual that has the cumulative effects of aging, that has the awareness of his or her vulnerability, if they are presented with a situation that presents a certain risk, would it be fair to call the individual making those decisions being involved in a risk assessment?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about vulnerability and this idea of heightened awareness among the aged. At times, would you agree that as an aged person approaches certain situations, they have to make certain decisions based on their limitations, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. If an aged person is faced with an obstacle, let's say, okay, whether it's getting in a car from a wheelchair, that sort of thing, tell me about kind of the thought process. How does that work? How does an individual make a decision based on a situation that potentially could be injurious, like getting from a wheelchair into an Uber, for instance? Tell me how that works. So first of all, you're looking at the situation, is that right? Walk me through that, please.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object, it's the same objection previously, yes, objection.
Approach.
as we age, does it affect the way we see the world?
Absolutely.
How are some of the ways it affects the way we look at the world?
Aging, again, can be accompanied by diseases, so it affects the way we see ourselves and estimate or know our abilities to do certain things. It affects our ways of looking at other people in terms of being afraid, being happy, the full range of social interactions. It affects our being in social situations. It affects the way we look for housing. It affects the way we act if we lose a spouse, or we lose a child, or we lose someone that we love. The older person also has a lot of experiences based upon personal issues as well as occupational issues, and this history affects the way they think about themselves.
Okay, and so it affects places where they would go,
Correct.
maybe places they would feel comfortable. Do you agree or
Correct.
disagree? Okay. Maybe you said even affect where they live?
Yes, in fact, there's a very large literature on vulnerability and the age of addressing these issues.
Okay, without talking about the literature, let's talk about your own research and your experience in a half century in the field of aging. Tell me about that.
Can you rephrase that or
Yes,
repeat it, please?
does the process of aging, does the aged make choices of where they live based on their perceptions of self and vulnerability in that?
And
Your Honor, I cannot go exactly the same argument. 402, 403.
Let me approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
So as you get older, as we get older, and you realize what your limitations have become, does it affect the choices you make in life?
absolutely. And there's a large literature on
Okay,
vulnerability.
without talking about other people's literature, tell me about your own opinion and your own research and studies.
The choices that are made have to do with every single life circumstance you can imagine. It has to do with, will I continue living in the same house? Am I going to move to a safer environment? What can I do to take care of a spouse or another family member? What can I do if I'm having financial concerns? The whole range of decisions that people are making are based upon this. And this has come from my research with families and interviewing older people in clinical circumstances, and in some of the research where we're finding that it's.
Excuse me, I object.
Your Honor, she said we're finding.
No.
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. So your answer then in terms of choices?
It influences almost every choice you make because of the challenges that you're facing based upon your potentially functional limitations, your past history, any injuries and illnesses, because what aging does is put you in every organ system at risk for disease, frailty, and even if you don't get really sick, frailty affects older people for their last 11.4 years of their lives, which affects the decisions you make about how you live your life, what you do, and what you can't do.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
No further questions. Thank you.
Carl? Yeah. You may.
Dr. Cohen, you would agree with me that everyone ages differently as far as the progression.
I would say the population changes differently.
The population changes.
Right.
So the population would be the people in the population,
Correct.
which are individuals.
Right.
So everybody individually changes differently, correct?
Not everybody, not point person, but if you look at our aged population, the heterogeneity in the rates of aging,
what?
heterogeneity, the aged are less alike than any other age group because there are now about 15 million people over the age.
Dr. Cohen, I appreciate it, but you're not responsive
She's
to
going
my,
to object. She's
not
trying to
responsive
answer
to
the
my
question.
question.
Stop, one at a time, please.
Judge, I'm going to object. She's trying to answer the question. She needs to be allowed to answer the question, please.
She's not responsive to my question, and I have a right to stop her when she's not responsive and get her back on track.
All right. What was the question again?
My question was that every individual ages differently. That calls for either a yes or a no. She wants to explain it later, but she totally went off
Okay,
track.
all
My
right.
question to you, Dr. Cohen, is that you would agree with me that every individual will age differently.
No, not every individual.
Two individuals can age at the same pace.
Could, yes.
Okay. That leaves some other people that are aging at a different pace, correct?
Could, yes.
So when you had your discussion with Mr. Michaels before this jury, you gave us generally an education of the aging process, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you charge $200 an hour, right, for your time?
No.
How much do you charge for your time?
$425.
$425 for your time, and so far you've been paid over $2,000 in this case?
I think so.
I'm voting no.
You may.
No further questions.
Redirect?
Prosecutor asked you if everyone ages differently. What about this? Does everyone age?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Yes? Who's our next witness?
It's going to be Mrs. Reeves, Your Honor.
Maybe we better take a break. Take a short recess before we start that
It'd be fine
witness.
with the defense.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes. Remember my instructions during recess, and we'll see you back shortly.
All rise, court is in recess.
Oh, I left the thing on. Sorry. Hope you guys weren't chatting too much. All right, we ready? Okay. Okay.
We approach before the jury comes?
Yes. Tina, hold up. Okay.
Everything in the courtroom, Your Honor. Just may be seated. There's our present and comment for you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Excellent. All right, who's next?
Defense calls Vivian Reeves.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Michaels.
Please state your name.
Vivian Reeves.
Okay. And do you know Curtis Reeves?
Yes,
How do you know Curtis Reeves?
he's my husband.
Now, we've met Matthew and Jennifer. Are those your children?
Yes,
Do you have any other children?
no,
We heard about your grandchild Madison. Any other grandchildren?
just Madison.
Now, how old are you?
75,
And so back in 2014, on January 13th, how old were you?
gonna make me do math.
67?
Thank you.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about that. Of 67, how long have you been married to Mr. Reeves?
54 years last October.
So back then, it would have been 6 years.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, during that time, I guess you got married when you were young. Is it fair to say by 2014 you were growing old together?
Yes,
Now, let's talk about some of the things that you've noticed and certainly that your husband noticed about you. On 2014, did you look older than you did when you got married?
yes,
Did you look older than you did 10 years before that?
yes.
Now, let's talk about some of the things that you were feeling. Let's talk about your, in terms of looks, let's talk about your arms and hands, okay? Did your arms look the same as they did 10 years before 2014?
No,
Or your hands?
no.
And so, what about I want to say that the quality of your skin, did you bruise more easily around 2014?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I can hit something and get that dark purple bruise.
Okay. And what about cuts?
My skin is very thin. I have scars from hitting things. Oh, I have scars from when I fell and hit things.
All right, and so back in 2014, that was kind of your state in terms of your skin.
Yes,
Let's talk about your hands. Back in 2014, did you have difficulty performing tasks around the house?
I did.
Okay, such as opening jars, yes or no?
Yes,
All right, and let me ask you, in terms of your hands themselves, did your hands feel stiff, or were you still able to move them like you used to back in 2014?
no, they're stiff.
And did you have pain in your hands
Yes,
in the morning?
various times.
Okay. In terms of your breathing back in 2014, did you have difficulty at times breathing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have difficulty at times breathing when you walked up the stairs?
Yes,
And did you go seek treatment for that?
I did.
And were you eventually sent to Moffitt for some
Yes.
treatment? Okay. Now, let's talk about your knees and legs. I saw you limped up here. Were you limping in 2014 or not like that?
Not like this, but I had a problem
Okay, did you have pain in your knees back then?
in one knee.
Okay, and that's something that you addressed through some treatment?
Yes,
Now, you said you fell down. When you fell down, were you in the house?
Yes,
And was your husband Curtis there?
yes.
And did Mr. Reeves try to pick you up?
One of those times, yes.
Okay. And did he have problems doing that?
He couldn't.
Now, let's talk a little bit about what you noticed about your husband. Again, he looks older than when you married him, right?
Yes,
Would you agree that in the last 10 years before 2014, he's looked older and older?
yes.
Let me ask you this, has he gained weight since his retirement?
A lot of weight, yes.
Talking about Mr. Reeves' arm and skin on his arms, did you notice him bruising?
Yes.
Okay, and what sort of things did you see that would cause a bruise around the house?
He used to work, he doesn't now, but he used to work with wood and with metal, and he was always hurting himself or picking up sticks that fell out of the oak trees. His skin would break.
Okay, and so his skin would break, you described when he would be working in the yard?
Yes,
And did you do anything to try to treat that injury?
yes. I bought Dermend for bruising. It didn't do very much, but we still use it. And for cuts, it's a powder that burns. I can't think of the name of it, and it wound seal.
And you were using that prior to 2014?
Yes,
Now, let's talk a little bit about, you know what your husband obviously did for a living.
yes.
Now, when he retired, let me ask you this, while he was with the Tampa Police Department, was he a person that always kept very physically fit?
He did.
Okay. And did he run as far as you knew?
He did.
And at some point, did he stop running?
Yes,
Now, he then worked for, your husband worked for Busch Gardens. When he worked for Busch Gardens, did he have to get some kind of special shoes?
he bought better shoes than he was wearing. He got two pair, a black pair and a brown pair, and he had to go and have orthotics made to go in his shoes.
And that was prior to 2014.
Yes,
Was he also receiving some treatment such as injections in the bottom of his feet?
yes,
And was he also using a TENS machine?
yes.
Now, when he worked around the yard, as he got older, did he wear any sort of brace or any sort
He
kind
wore
of
a back,
equipment?
a brace that went all the way around his middle. He's had several. I think one had straps on it, but he's had several different braces.
Now, we're talking before 2014 up to January 13th of 2014. Did you ever notice your husband have difficulty in, for instance, tying his shoes?
Yes,
Okay. Did he have trouble all the time or just sometimes?
just sometimes.
In terms of buttoning his buttons and that sort of thing, would he have trouble sometimes?
Sometimes.
Now, the day that this happened, January 13th, let's talk a little bit about that. On that day, was your husband able to dress himself?
Yes,
Okay. Put on his shirt, all that,
yes,
tie his shoes?
yes.
Okay, did he tie his shoes?
I don't know. I don't think he had shoes that tied.
Okay, and we'll talk about that a little later. And so what were the plans for January 13th?
It happened in the morning. It was not planned ahead. He had returned with my son from a hunting trip.
Your husband?
Yes.
Okay.
And Curtis wanted to go see the movie Lone Survivor because Matt had read the book and then Curtis read it. And it probably originally was going to be just Matt and Curtis, but I wanted to go because it was based on a true story.
All right, and so you decided to go to a matinee, is that right?
Yes.
Why a matinee?
We always went to matinees. I think it's cheaper.
Okay. And so who drives to the movies? Who
Curtis
drives?
drove.
Okay, so it's you and Curtis in the car?
Yes.
And what are the plans in terms of your son, Matt?
He was going to meet us there.
Now, what happens when you get to the theater? There's some places that are right in front. Why did you park in those places? Let me ask you this, did you purposely park far away from the theater, or did you park as close as you could with an open space?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember walking from the car to the
Yes, I
theater?
do.
Any problems walking there?
No,
Okay. Did Mr. Reeves have any problems walking there?
no.
All right, and so you get to the theater, you get to the window. Who pays for the ticket?
Curtis,
All right, and so you buy the tickets at the window, and then you go into the lobby, I would imagine.
yes.
Okay. What happens once you get into the lobby of the movie theater?
We bought popcorn and one drink,
And the popcorn, was that his, yours?
both of us,
Okay, you were gonna share it?
share it.
And before you went in the theater, did you make any other stops?
Yes, I went to the restroom.
Now, when you walk into the theater, do you have any plan on sitting in any certain section of the theater?
No, we generally like to sit in the middle, not all the way up. That's the first time we've done that, but I don't know how to say. In that upper section, probably the middle.
Okay, so not quite all the way where you all sat,
Right,
but somewhere between the front and the back,
yes,
the middle.
yes.
And so when you went in the theater, why didn't you sit in that middle section?
The theater was not full, but people were spaced apart, and we were looking for 3 seats together, and preferably 5, because I like to leave a seat on the edge, if the theater's not full.
All right, and so was the plan to have Curtis Reeves, you in the middle, and then Matt on the end?
Yes.
And then one extra seat on the side, that little
Yes.
room? And so that's how you ended up in the rear of the theater, the back room?
Yes,
Okay. Now, once you get into the theater, are you there before the previews start?
yes,
Now, as you walk in, now you know it was Mr. Oulson and Mrs. Oulson. Tell me where they were seated in relation to where you and Curtis Reeves sit, you and your husband Curtis.
Mr. and Mrs. Oulson were in the row in front of us. Mr. Oulson was in front of me, and Mrs. Oulson was in front of Curtis.
Okay. Now, when you went to sit in your seats, do you notice anything about Mr. Oulson?
His phone screen is lit. He's doing something on his phone.
Okay, do you know what he was doing?
No, I don't.
Was he talking on the phone?
No, sir. Not that I heard.
And so now you sit down? right?
Yes.
Okay, who has the popcorn?
Curtis was carrying it, and I took a Ziploc bag from home and just put some in it so I could hold it.
All right, so you're holding your popcorn and Curtis
Yes.
holding his popcorn. Now, you said the previews didn't come on. Do you at some point see a message saying, the movie theater telling people to put away their phones?
Yes, I did.
And once that happens, tell me, is there any sort of conversation or any kind of communication between your husband and Mr. Oulson?
Yes, Curtis leaned forward toward Mr. Oulson, and he spoke so softly. I don't know. I thought that I heard the word phone, but I cannot be sure.
And would you say, did you hear really either one of them talk except for maybe the word phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you didn't hear either one of them? In other
Oh,
words,
no.
you didn't hear your
I heard-
husband? Did you hear your husband?
I know, I couldn't hear him.
Okay.
Maybe I heard the word phone,
Okay.
but I'm not certain.
All right. And so they were both speaking in lower tones, is that fair to say?
No.
Okay, tell me what you mean by that.
Mr. Oulson very loudly said,
Well, we're going to get there. So first what happens
Okay.
is Curtis leans forward and you hear some soft conversation.
yes,
You don't know who spoke first, do you?
Curtis did.
And then you hear something, the word phone. That's what you described,
Yes.
something like that, okay. And then after that, what happens?
Mr. Oulson responded in a very loud and ugly voice.
Okay, now, you don't have to say the word, but describe what he said. What, did he use the F word?
Yes, he did.
What do you remember him saying?
He used the F word, and he's texting his daughter.
Okay, do you know that he said texting, or do you just remember that he said the word daughter?
I'm not certain.
Now, at that point, were the previews on?
Yes.
And were you able to hear Mr. Oulson's voice over the previews?
Oh, yes.
Were the previews, was Mr. Oulson's voice then louder than the previews?
It was loud. It was louder than the previews.
Now, was it possible that the trailers were playing? In other
Yeah.
words, okay,
Yes,
that's the same as previews to you?
previews.
Now, let me ask you this. When you heard that response from Mr. Oulson, how did it make you feel?
It scared me. I've never,
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. So let's take out that it scared you. You heard that, those words, and tell me then, what happened next?
I don't know what period of time, short time, Curtis handed me his he stood up, he handed me his popcorn and stood up and said, "I'm going to get the manager."
All right. Now, when you saw your husband stand up and go to get the manager, at that point, had Mr. Oulson turned around at all, or you're just hearing him?
I'm just hearing him.
Now, your husband gets up, tells you he's going to get the manager. Do you say anything to your husband?
I said, "Let's just move."
Do you know if your husband heard you or not?
I don't.
Did he respond to you at all?
No.
Did he say, "We're not going to move"?
No.
You've known your husband for almost 50 years at that point now, over 50 years. Did your husband appear to be angry to you?
No.
Was he mumbling at all?
No.
Now tell me what you saw your husband do. He got up, you described, and then what happened?
And then he slowly felt his way down the aisle.
Okay, and as your husband leaves, do you watch him leave, or this time are you watching the screen?
I was not looking at Mr. Oulson. I was either looking to his right side. I saw the screen, but I couldn't tell you what was on the screen. I didn't want to be there.
Okay, and so is there a reason why you just didn't get up and move?
Well, Curtis had texted Matt, I think, where we were sitting. And I thought about getting up, but I didn't.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you agree or disagree with me that you were expecting your son to come in any minute and sit next to you?
Yes,
Now, when your husband left, I guess at some point, does he come back?
yes.
Now, once your husband comes back, tell me what happened. Is there some kind of conversation between your husband and Mr. Oulson in front of him?
Yes, but something happens before that.
Tell me about it.
Curtis sits down and takes his popcorn from me.
Okay, so when Curtis Reeves comes back, your husband, he passes in front of you,
Yes,
and when he passes in front of you, does he say anything to you?
no,
Again, do you hear him grumbling in any way?
no,
And when he passes you, he takes back the popcorn, is that what you described?
right,
Okay, and then you described that he sits down again to your left.
yes,
Because I forgot to ask you that, your husband is seated to your left.
yes.
Now, once your husband sits down, does something happen?
He leans forward and.
Your husband,
Yes.
okay? And do you hear anything that your husband said?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with me that you observed both men speaking, Mr. Oulson and your husband?
Yes.
Do you know who spoke first?
I'm not sure.
And that's fair, so if you don't know who spoke first, you don't know who spoke first, right?
Right.
So do you know who spoke first?
Objection
I
is
don't.
answered.
Sustained.
Now, did you hear Mr. Oulson say anything in response to your husband leaning forward?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter, sir. May we approach you?
Yes, approach.
Did you hear Mr. Oulson say something at that point?
Yes.
What did he say?
Something to the effect of, you told on me only he said the word, do you think you are?
Now, at that point, were the previews on?
Yes.
And was this loud enough for you to hear?
Oh, yes.
Now, at that point, was Mr. Oulson seated still, or had he turned around?
This all happened very quickly. It's hard to take it a piece at a time. He did stand up and
Well,
turn
we're
around.
going to talk about that. So, in terms of when Mr. Oulson said that, do you remember whether he was sitting or standing up?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, does Mr. Oulson stand up?
Oh, yes, very quickly.
And when he stands up, does he turn around?
Yes,
And when you say turn around, he's right in front of you.
yes,
Is that right?
yes.
And when he turns around, is he facing you?
He's leaning towards Curtis.
Okay. So he's right in front of you, you're saying, and leaning towards your husband.
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm going to object to the constant summing up of the testimony. We've let it go a couple times, but now we're into some critical testimony, so I object to the summation of the testimony by counsel.
Your Honor, we're just putting it into context. Certainly, I'm not asking the same question again.
No, he's gratuitously.
Can we approach, Your Honor? Now, once Mr. Oulson stood up, what is the next thing What is the next thing you observe Mr. Oulson do?
He leans towards Curtis. It seemed like his whole upper body was leaning towards Curtis.
And when you observe that motion, how did it make you feel in terms of what it looked like to you?
I thought he was coming over, and it just freaked me out. I was terrified.
You thought that Mr. Oulson was coming over the seat?
I did.
And so what happened when you saw that?
I briefly saw Curtis lean back, or
Okay,
lean.
let's talk about that.
Okay,
You see Mr. Oulson now leaning over the seat,
yes,
and do you, at that point, look at your husband?
briefly, because he moved.
And tell me what you mean. Your husband moved?
I could see that his body was moving
Moving in which direction?
towards the left.
Okay, and you're kind of leaning back as well. Is that what you're trying to describe here?
Yes,
Okay, so you see, after your husband leans back and to his left, do you see your husband's leg at all?
I think his leg was stretched out.
His right leg?
Yes,
And do you see your husband reaching for his pistol?
I do not.
Certainly you knew that your husband probably had one, right?
He normally did, but I never even, it's not something I thought about.
Did your husband announce it to you, I'm taking my pistol or anything like that?
No,
Now, you see, once your husband leans back, stretches out his leg, do you see Mr. Oulson doing anything more to your husband?
I either closed my eyes or turned to the right.
Do you see Mr. Oulson going back over his seat then again?
No,
Do you see Mr. Oulson reaching over the seat again?
no,
Do you see Mr. Oulson grabbing the popcorn from your husband's hand?
not personally. The only place I saw that was on the video.
Okay, so when you were in the theater, did you see that?
No,
Did you see Mr. Oulson bringing back the popcorn?
no,
Did you see Mr. Oulson then move forward with it
no,
and throw it in your husband's face?
no,
Did you see the shot?
no,
Did you hear it?
yes.
What happened once you saw the shot? What did you do?
At some point, I moved a couple of seats away, but I couldn't do that until people got up and moved.
And what was your emotional state at that point?
I didn't know what happened, and I couldn't believe it. I was never been that scared before in all my life.
Now, were you scared because of Mr. Oulson coming towards your husband?
That's when it started.
Now, did you look over at your husband after the shot? was fired?
Eventually,
Okay. Did you see him touching his face or doing anything with
he
his
had
hands?
his hands up to this area.
Did you look on the ground and see anything?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw a cell phone and popcorn.
And where was the cell phone located?
It was between Curtis's feet. It wasn't, the picture that I've seen, it wasn't that close. Like if this was the ledge, in the pictures I've seen, it looked pretty close, but it was further back when I saw it.
Okay. And so when you took a look at that, did you know whose phone that was?
This was stupid because Curtis didn't have his phone out, but I didn't think anybody else's phone would be there, so I thought it was his.
Now, did you see your husband get hit with anything
I didn't.
or get punched?
No,
But after Mr. Oulson leaned over the seat as you described the first time, agree or disagree with me, you, aside from seeing your husband move in his seat, you didn't see anything else? Agree or disagree?
All right, I'll overrule.
Agree or disagree, you didn't see anything else after that?
no,
Now, at some point, do you see your son in the theater?
Yes, but yes, I did.
Okay.
Coming down I think he was in our row.
All right. And does he take you out of the theater?
Not then. He had blood on his hands and his clothes.
And so did he leave and come back?
Yes, he said, let me get cleaned up.
Now, does he come back into the theater to get you?
He does.
And where do you go from there?
We went to the little tables by the concession stand.
And what happens while you're there?
I thought that Matt went out again, but I'm not. But people started coming out of the theater and sitting at those tables and talking.
Did you hear them talking about, without telling me what they were saying, what was going on?
I do not remember what they were saying. I was so upset that I don't know what they were saying.
So at some point, do you speak to police?
Yes,
Do you know how many you spoke to?
I talked to Detective Smith, I think, and then two detectives interviewed me and recorded it, but there were people coming in and out.
Okay.
When I say people, I meant sheriff's deputies.
So you spoke to one detective, I guess? Verbal, speaking to him?
Yes,
That wasn't recorded.
right,
Then you spoke to another one that was recorded.
yes.
The one you spoke to, did you tell that particular detective that you didn't know who said the F word?
No, I didn't. I knew who said it.
Did you, tell them that you told your husband that you wanted to move and he refused to move?
No,
To move seats?
no.
May I approach the clerk, please?
You may.
May I have State's Exhibit 50, please? May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mrs. Reeves, I'm showing you what's been marked State Exhibits 60. Do you remember that?
I do,
Do you recognize that shoe?
yes.
And how do you recognize that shoe?
That's the kind of shoe that Curtis wore that didn't tie.
Well, let's talk about that. Is that the shoe he was wearing that day?
I assume it is,
Okay. Is that the type and
Yes.
brand?
the brand.
Is that his size?
Yes,
Now, let's look at these laces. Are these laces that you have to tie?
no. They were just like, their shoes were just like my granddaughter's.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Do we have a moment, Judge?
You may.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Mrs. Oulson, Mrs. Reeves, good morning.
Yes, sir.
If I ask you a question that you don't understand, just let me know, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Now, Mrs. Reeves, as you walked to your seats, you in fact saw Mr. Oulson on his cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were no previews playing at that time?
No.
As you sat down, did you see him with his phone out?
Once I sat down, he was so tall. No, I did not see it.
Okay. Did you see the light emitting from the phone?
No. Not after I sat.
Okay. He wasn't talking on the phone though, correct?
Not that I heard.
All right. And you indicated previously that you were sitting behind Mr. Oulson, correct?
Correct.
And the defendant was sitting behind Mrs. Oulson?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that y'all were in a very small confined space,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
The defendant, your husband, was right next to you.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Oulson were 2 to 3 feet away from you, correct?
Yes.
There was a point in time when the defendant made contact with Mr. Oulson, correct?
Verbal.
Okay. And is that after the screen showed or said, hey, put your phones away?
Yes, sir.
All right, you would agree with me that the defendant, your husband, initiated the contact with Mr. Oulson?
Yes.
And in fact, you couldn't hear what was being said, correct?
I could not hear my husband. I feel like I heard the word phone, but I can't be sure.
All right, you're not sure, are you?
No, sir.
You would agree with me that during the conversation that the defendant had with Mr. Oulson, he never turned around in his seat, right?
Right.
In fact, you were looking at the back of his head the whole time.
I was trying not to look at him, Mr. Garcia. Or
Okay. When your husband and Mr. Oulson had these conversations, Mr. Oulson's face was facing the screen, right?
As far as I know.
All right. In fact, you never saw his face.
Right.
He never turned around during that sequence of events, did he?
That's correct.
He never placed his arms, legs, or anything over the back of the seat at that time, correct?
Not at that time.
Okay. Did you ever hear any words of violence directed to the defendant, in this case, your husband, Mr. Reeves?
I didn't.
And you were right there, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that Mr. Oulson never made any movements towards the defendant, correct? At that time?
At that time. That's correct.
You would agree with me there comes a time that the defendant says, I'm going to see the manager,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
He gets up and leaves.
Yes.
Now, you indicated you were afraid, right? You were scared.
I was scared when Mr. Oulson said what he said.
Okay.
When my husband left, I was more ticked off that this was happening.
Okay.
I
You
was
agree?
I was uncomfortable.
All right, you're uncomfortable, you're scared. You would agree with me that you had every opportunity. You could have left and gone with your husband, right?
I could have.
You didn't, though.
No, we expected my son to come there.
Okay. And in fact, during the time that the defendant had gone to the manager, Mr. Oulson never said one word to you, did he?
No, sir.
He never turned around in his seat.
No.
He didn't have the phone out, correct?
I don't know. I couldn't see.
All right. He wasn't rude to you.
No.
In fact, he didn't say one word to you that whole time.
Right.
Mr. Reeves, the defendant comes back, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that he initiates contact with Mr. Oulson again?
After he sits down and takes his popcorn, yes.
Okay. the 3 times that he has contact with Mr. Oulson, your husband, the defendant, initiated that contact, correct?
Sir, I don't remember but 2, and Curtis initiated them.
Okay, well, let's go through them. You remember the first one, right? About
Yes.
putting the phone away.
Yes,
There's a second initiation when he says to him, I'm going to the manager. That's number 2.
I don't remember that.
You don't recall that?
I don't.
And then the third would be when he comes back from the manager's office and he sits down and he made a statement to him, right?
That's right.
Do you remember what he said?
What Curtis said?
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't hear him.
You didn't hear it at all?
No,
You have no idea what he said?
no,
Okay. Up until that point in time, you didn't hear any threats from Mr. Oulson, did you?
no, sir.
And again, to clarify, prior to him coming back from the manager's office, Mr. Oulson never turned in his chair to face the defendant.
As far as I know, no.
Now, you would agree with me that the defendant, your husband, sits down, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said he had gotten the popcorn from you.
Yes,
And at some point in time, you said that he's leaning to his left, correct?
correct.
With his right leg extended.
Yes, sir.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not? You knew that Mr. Reeves, the defendant, had a pistol in his pocket.
I actually did not know that.
You would agree with me that every time Mr. Reeves, the defendant, went out, he had a pistol. He was always carrying a pistol.
I never asked.
You-
Based on my life experience with him, I assume he carried a pistol, but I never saw it, I never asked, we didn't talk about it.
Okay. But you assumed because he always carried it, correct?
I wasn't really assuming, but okay,
Well, you said, you used the word, I assumed.
okay. Based on my life's experience, I'll assume he had a pistol.
All right, well, let me ask you this. He never left the home without either a pistol or revolver in his pocket, correct?
I don't know that. There are some places that you can't take a gun in, and I don't know, for instance, I don't know whether he took one to church or not.
Okay. All right, so you see the defendant, your husband, leaning back, correct?
Yeah,
To
it
his
was
left?
just a brief glance.
All right. And you see his right leg out.
Yes, sir.
And you said you saw, at this point, you see Mr. Oulson standing,
Yes.
right? Did you ever see him hit the defendant?
No.
Did you
Okay, I'm sorry.
ever hear a slap or hit? You hear skin on skin, something loud, like if someone had been punched.
No, sir.
Did you see him throw a phone?
No, sir.
Did you see him throw anything?
No. Believe, I wish I had. I just couldn't handle it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that her last statements be stricken as gratuitous and not responsive to a question. It's the second time.
All right, I'll overrule for now, but let's just answer the question, please.
So never saw any type of object thrown towards the defendant in this case, correct?
No, sir.
And as the defendant, your husband, is leaning to his left and with his right leg out, you never heard him saying, no, 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 whoa, 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 did you?
No, sir.
In fact, you never saw his left hand out, did you?
I just glanced briefly when my husband started to move, and I thought he was trying to get away. I wasn't just staring at him.
You would agree with me, this was all happening right in front of you,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir, but it was very fast.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
Mrs. Reeves, you indicated that you closed your eyes, correct?
I don't know if I turned away or closed my eyes, but I didn't see anything else.
Okay. Now, going back, you indicated you saw Mr. Oulson standing up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you had seen your husband leaning to his left with his right leg out, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you agree being in a previous hearing?
Yes, I was at Stand Your Ground.
Page 709, line 4. Do you recall this question being asked of you? Did you see anything after Mr. Oulson was lunging over the seat coming after Curtis? And your answer, no, I wish I had.
I don't remember that specifically, but I know that when Curtis moved,
Well,
I took a brief glance. And then after he came over, no, I don't know another thing until after the gunshot.
okay. So you would agree with me that in this previous hearing, you never said anything about him leaning to his left and extending his right leg, did you?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you would agree with me that you said, no, I wish I had. Correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
With me that this is the first time we heard you state that you saw him leaning to his left with his right leg out in front of him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes?
Mrs. Reeves, I'm going to ask that you read silently to yourself
Here.
these lines here. Yes, ma'am.
Page, Mr. Garcia.
Page 709, starting at line 4.
What is this from?
It's just from a previous hearing.
Okay.
May we approach briefly?
Yeah, can we?
Yes.
All right, recess for the jurors. Jury is out.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
You may. Okay. You can bring them back. Okay.
Thank you. Ready for the jury, Your Honor?
Yep.
Jurors in the courtroom.
Okay.
Jurors may be seated. All jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know you had a very brief break, but were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
So, Mrs. Reeves, you had an opportunity to read that question,
Yes, sir.
and you would agree with me that it was asked after Mr. Oulson stood up, and you said,
After he lunched.
right, coming after Curtis, that you did not see anything.
It kind of happened at the same time.
Well, you would agree with me that your answer was, no, I wish I had, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to direct the prosecutor to page 754 of the same hearing, lines 14 through 17.
Okay.
Perhaps he can give that to the witness to read that and ask her questions concerning that, or if he's done, I'll be happy to.
Okay.
lines again, Mr. Michael?
If the court can have the prosecutor read page 754, lines 14 through 17 to the jury. Actually, can go all the way down to the bottom of the page, page 25. Line 25. So page 754, lines 14 through 25. Same proceeding.
Yeah, approach the witness, Judge.
Yeah, man.
For the record, referring to page 754, lines 14 through 17. Mrs. Reeves, I ask that you read lines 14 through 17 to yourself, please.
Right here, where the,
25,
Oh,
Judge,
14,
for
I've got it.
completeness, he needs to read it.
or you can do so on cross.
If, starting on line 14, this question, and then your answer.
Or on redirect, sorry.
It was improper impeachment under the doctrine of completeness. He needs to read it right then and there.
I see that.
Okay. All right, do you remember being asked this question? You saw Mr. Reeves kind of, lean over on his left butt cheek, stretch his leg out. Did you see that? Answer, no, leaned way back, yes.
I'm sorry, he says he leaned way back, yes to the left.
No.
He leaned way back, yes to the left. Correct, that's what you said?
Yes, he leaned back and to the left.
All right, you would agree with me in the same here, and you made two contradictory statements, correct?
I don't see the contradiction.
Earlier, you said you wish you had seen it. Later on, you're saying you saw it.
No, I wish I had seen the popcorn thrown and the phone and things like that.
Okay, the question before you back then, there was nothing about popcorn being thrown and the phone. That wasn't the question that was posed to you. Correct?
You did ask me that. Okay, I'm out of context.
All right. So you would agree with me you gave two contradicting statements?
No, I don't agree.
Okay. Earlier, you said you wish you had seen it. Now here, you're saying you saw him lean to his left.
When I said I wish I had seen it, I was not talking about him leaning. I wish I had seen everything.
All right. The question was, when you saw Mr. Oulson stand, you never mentioned anything about Mr. Reeves, the defendant, leaning to his left and stretching out his right leg, correct?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, that's an improper characterization. He just asked, in answer to the question, did you see Mr. Reeves lean to his left and stretch out his leg? And certainly.
Do you want to approach, or shall we just?
Mrs. Reeves, did you at any time ever see Mr. Oulson in your aisle?
No,
Completely over in your
No.
aisle? Correct?
correct.
You never saw him climbing over a chair either, did you?
No, sir.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Read it right?
Thank you. You never saw Mr. Oulson climbing over his seat into the aisle, that's what you testified to.
Yes,
Did you see him leaning over the chair with his upper body coming into the aisle
yes,
towards you and your husband?
yes,
Now, the prosecutor talked to you and you said he's trying to get away. When you said he's trying to get away, were you talking about your husband?
yes. I thought that's why he was leaning so far back.
And did it appear to you that he, your husband, was trying to get away from Mr. Oulson coming over the chair?
That's what I thought, yes.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Your Honor, we have her under subpoena, so we will reserve her.
All right,
We have her under subpoena.
okay. You are free to have a seat, but you need to,
Thank you.
if you're called back, you have to come. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break. If you would, remember my instructions during the recess. Do not do any independent research or discuss the facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. I'm going to let you come back at 1 o'clock and just report back to the jury pool room. Thank you.
All right, for the recess, 1 o'clock lunch.
All right. righty, so that's what we got. Is it close enough for them to see, you think?
We're doing in the first part, yes.
Okay.
We'll move it up when we're doing the second part.
Okay.
For the first part, you'll be able to see very clearly.
Okay. I'm going to have to move up over there, so.
I have a chair that I was hoping you allow me to put over there. So I can sit for the hours if we're going to be watching.
That's fine. You're good there? Oh, okay. Where? Okay. Oh, go ahead. Okay. All right, and we have everybody over there at your table? Okay. Okay.
Hidden by the screen.
Very good. All right, then, you can bring them in, we'll call the next witness, and then I'll move.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
When may I move, Your Honor?
When I do, probably be easiest.
Ready for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jurors enter the courtroom. Juries may be seated. Jurors are present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Very good. Then we'll get started. Mr. Escobar?
Your Honor, the defense would call Bruce Koenig.
All right.
May it please the court. Counsel.
I'm going to let him get seated, and then I'll move reposition as well. And Mr. Martin, you can too.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Escobar, I'm going to relocate. Mr. Martin, if you wish to too.
Is it okay if I do, when they start playing the video, I think there's going to be a long
Okay, well,
CD.
have to reposition.
Yeah,
I can
so-
see the jury, which you can when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. When the video starts playing, I'll do it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Koenig.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Bruce E. Koenig, Koenig.
And would you tell us a little bit about your formal education, Mr. Koenig?
Yes, sir. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Maryland. I majored in both physics and mathematics. I've completed an electronics course through what at the time was called DeVry Technology, but now is DeVry University. My master's degree is in forensic science from George Washington University. I've taken additional graduate level courses at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, University of Utah, George Mason University, and University of Colorado, Denver.
Tell us a little bit about your coursework with your undergraduate work.
Like I said, it was pretty science directed with math and, and physics. So basically all the general physics theory courses. I got well beyond, I think, 3 courses beyond integral calculus in my math degree. Physics is physics, it doesn't really change.
Tell us a little bit about your master's degree in the forensic sciences, and what did that entail?
Yes, that was a course that was science plus law, because that's what forensic science is. So it had a number of courses involving various aspects that are conducted in forensic field, including my own, and then courses, legal courses from the law department and things like evidence, criminal law. Most attorneys don't study much in the way of criminal law, they mostly in the civil area. Ours, since I was an FBI agent, was criminal, and then we took some basic constitutional law courses.
You took some courses in some additional institutions. What were some of those courses that you took, for example, MIT and what have you?
MIT was a 2-week course. I was one of the 2 people in this large class that actually didn't have a PhD, so I was kind of in the minority. It was 2 weeks of looking at what's called sound spectrograms, which is a way to represent sounds, and looking at, could you look at those, and so if somebody said something, could you interpret what they said from the spectrogram? So it was a fairly unique course, but for me, it's a background in that signal analysis part of doing that kind of work.
And some of the other courses that you took at the other universities?
Yes, George Mason University was a course in acoustics involving room environments and other types of things. University of Utah was a course in authenticity of audio recordings.
What does that mean, authenticity of audio recordings?
Authenticity in our field involves determining if a particular recording was unaltered, continuous, that is, wasn't stopped or started, is consistent with the recording system it was made on, and it's the original or an identical copy of it, what we call a clone. So if you have a Word copy or an MP3 file at home and you make a copy of it, you're probably making a clone. If you don't make any changes, that's what we call it. University of Colorado, Denver, I've taken a number of courses in various forensic, what we call media, audio, video, they overlap. You know, if you start looking at the administrative data and files, they're often very similar if it's a JPEG image when you take a picture with your camera, or a video file or an audio file. Often the metadata part of it can be very, very similar. So the courses might say they're audio or video or imaging,
I'm going to stay here for a few minutes when the video starts. I can see all the jurors, I just can't see.
Your Honor, I can tell you when we're going to be using the screen, it's going to be some distance from that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Escobar.
In addition to your formal education, Mr. Koenig, have you also taken some courses dealing and specializing in forensics, specifically in the area of video and audio analysis?
Yes, sir.
And tell us a little bit about that, those courses that you took. I'm going to name a couple of them.
Okay.
First one being the applications of modern imaging processing systems. I think that was done by the International Society for Optical Engineering, and that was in, I guess, it was in Bellingham. Is that correct?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about that particular course and what was the focus of that course.
Yes, the focus, they're more of an academic type people, taught the class, PhD types, and they talk through all the the aspects of digital imaging, where you break the image into a set of squares or rectangles, pixels, okay? They went through all the theoretical basis for it, how the sensors actually do that. They actually play tricks to get what we end up with at the end. They're good tricks, but there's certain ways they use the so-called algorithms in the cameras and all to do that. So it was a very intensive, I think 3 or 4 days, really good, gave you a thorough understanding of really what's happening in the digital imaging world to get from a picture you're taking of to something that looks like a file that you can play back and see it.
You also had some training, I know you mentioned earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you were an FBI agent at one time, and you took, looks like a course with the FBI, laboratory quality assurance training on evidence submission, examination, and return. Remember that?
Yes, sir. I was an FBI agent for 25 years. 21 of that was as a supervisor in the, what we call the engineering section. So it was involved, my work was mostly forensic. We were also involved with things like developing miniature tape recorders for the field, handling complicated operational things in the field, where we had to conceal a mic in a room that would be difficult to do that. But most of my work was forensic. Evidence in any forensic field and how it's handled is critical. That's my training for the FBI. You want to make sure you handle it with following the standards, making sure nothing has changed, that somebody can come back and look at what you did and understand what you did and be able to verify that. So the FBI, when I was there, I listed the one course, but they had more than one, that everybody had to take, whether you were brand new learning the field or you'd been there for a decade. They always wanted to make sure the evidence, and you always understood it was very important in how it was handled.
You took a course titled Forensic Authentication of Digital Audio presented by the National Center for Media Forensics.
Okay, that was one of the courses I took at Denver. So that one we talked about those particular fields. But again, there's some overlap to other fields. In other words, when you learn about audio and video, you're also learning about image and vice versa. So they, in the analog days, for which I come from originally, you know, an audio cassette, a video recording, and film, remember, days of film, were completely different technologies. So in other words, you can know a lot about audio analog and know almost nothing about video or film. Nowadays, they overlap. All three now, the FBI lab, all the other labs pretty well do like we do privately, handle all three, because they just overlap.
You took another course there in Denver, Colorado called Forensic Authentication of Digital Images. And that was presented by the National Center for Media Forensics, is that correct?
That's correct. That course talked about how you authenticate images, We often use the administrative data within the file to tell us if it's original or not. So if you have a JPEG image and you put it into Photoshop, for instance, and process it and save it, I will immediately tell you it was in Photoshop. I may not be able to tell you exactly what happened, but Adobe, which makes Photoshop, puts her name all over the metadata. It's everywhere. So you know, and the original camera would not have done that. So that's your first step. The second thing is, if you want to know what happened, there's what's called algorithms. They're just a set of digital instructions that look at the file and say, okay, if you're familiar with processing, let's say you have a person in a picture, but now, you're not dating that person anymore and you don't want them in the picture. So you could take the background, for instance, and that's in, there, and copy it over where the person is. So now the person would disappear and look like the background. Well, there's algorithms that say, oh, is there more than one place that a set of pixels are? So it'll look at all the pixels and see, is there a set of pixels here? And now there's another set over here that's identical. It'll look at complicated things that when you recompress something, and like JPEG compresses the data, means it changes it every time, actually degrades it, in fairness. When it does that, that compression can often be tracked with these algorithms. So we go through that set. So it was a course walking through all of these complicated type of algorithms and how they work. It's one thing to use something, but somebody like me has to get up and be able to explain what it did. Just saying, oh yeah, I put it in Photoshop or something, that's not really good enough. You need to know what is happening. What did it do?
You took a course in, it looks like, San Jose, California, Mastering Analog Video Technology. Is that correct?
Was that with Sony?
I believe it was, yes, it was Sony.
Yeah.
Tell us about Sony and their input on this forensic world of ours.
Yep. Sony, surprising to most people, dominate the professional video world. If you're as old as I am, you remember VHS and Beta. VHS made it as a consumer format. What most people don't know is the professionals stayed with Beta. So all these years you've seen cameras, and now they're digital Beta. That's what's used. So Sony is the foremost experts. They make most of even the equipment in the field. So taking the courses gives you that information about how their systems work in great detail. They have the actual engineers that were involved with developing the equipment. So it's very interesting to us, kind of technical, geeky people.
And you took multiple of their courses throughout your career, is that correct?
Yes, I only list parts of them here. Yes.
You also took a course, I believe it was in Maryland, called Signal and Image Processing and Analysis for Scientists and Engineers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, these are programs that allow you to do lots of different things scientifically and from an engineering perspective. So you can, it's semi-written for you, so it's not like you have to do all the coding. So you can actually move things around and say, okay, I want a video signal coming in, I want to capture that. Okay, then I want to do this with it, then I want to do this, and then I want to make a graph of this way. And these programs can be set up to do that. And that stuff, our field, we do a lot, because each case is different from each other. So therefore, having a flexible type of program to do that. It's like Photoshop. Photoshop is very flexible. If you try to learn it from the beginning, it's time consuming, but it does great things.
You also took a course in Huntsville, Alabama called Video Analyst System Training. Tell me about that one if you can.
Yes, that is one of the first kind of basic enhancement video courses I ever took. And they went through all the ways to, not only process it to make it better, but to make it in a way that can be presented in court. So it's a whole system. We were there for a couple of weeks that went through all of this, how to filter it, how to capture it properly, if you can't capture it properly, what are your options? It goes through all of those different things you need to know if you're working with real-world surveillance video, for instance. Because everyone we get is from a different company almost. Well, it's definitely a different business. Some of the ones overlap. They'll use the same, what we call codecs. That's actually the operating instructions for how the information's put there. So you'll see that even in different companies' machines, but it's always from a different place.
We're going to go through one last one. It was a course you took in Indianapolis, Indiana, it looks like, video capture enhancement and analysis.
Well, I think that's it's back to the same kind of thing. The videos we get are normally of a proprietary nature. And what that means is, if I handed you the file, including this case, and you try to play it on your computer, it wouldn't play. You wouldn't have what's called the right codec. In other words, if you just get a digital file and you don't know what it is, sometimes even we can't figure out what it is, but we have tricks. We can go in and say, look through it and see if there's somewhere in here a video stream, is what we call it. It's what the data is called, a stream. Does this stream look like something you've seen before? We'll have a list of all the ones we have. It'll search those for you, and nice in the digital world, it does it for you. You don't have to try each one. It'll go through. If it does, we can then pull, for instance, a stream out of that file, put it into a regular file, and we now have a perfect copy. It's not been compressed, exactly off of it. And that way we can get good copies, like in this case, that can be played in court.
Before we get too far afield on your expertise, let's talk a little bit about your professional background, and I believe that started somewhere around the year 1970. Is that correct?
Correct. In 1970, I was hired as a special agent of the FBI, and I served in the Atlanta and Detroit divisions, worked bank robberies, terrorism. I was involved with arresting a number of people for the Ku Klux Klan in Michigan that had blown up a bunch of school buses, for instance. So we worked on those kind of cases or whatever came in those two offices.
And you worked there as a special agent between the years 1970 and 1974. What happens in 1974?
And unfortunately, they promoted me, and I got sent to Washington, D.C., into the engineering section, where I remained for 21 years, working, like I said, mostly forensic work, but some operational work also. The last 8 or 9 years, I was in charge of that group. Great group. We had about 30 people, 4 PhDs that did our research work, a couple of engineers that were also involved with that, because a lot of stuff had to be developed to be able to do our work, and nobody else was doing it, so we had to pay for it. Number of examiners, most of them were like me, physics, electrical engineering, computer science majors mostly, and then a staff to, package evidence to send it out. I mean, some basic clerical type work. But like I said, it's a great group of people, and we were doing work at that time for state and local police departments and for police departments internationally.
Please tell us a little bit and describe some of your professional work while you were working as a special agent in the engineering section of the FBI.
Yeah, like I said, we worked on a wide range of stuff. In the audio world, we were involved with voice ID, enhancement, authenticity, signal analysis. Signal analysis to us is signals that are not voice. Gunshots would be the most common. We also, for instance, looked at signals in planes that crash from the so-called black box. The black box is actually orange. We would do all that in the video field, same kind of thing. Enhancement. We wanted to be able to determine if things were altered or not. So we did all those. So we worked for not only doing the work for the FBI, the National Transportation Safety Board used this on airplane crashes. The state and local used this on murder cases, local crime type cases. We did all of the Drug Enforcement Administration work completely. They're the second largest federal law enforcement after the FBI, and mostly do, obviously, drug work. And for numbers of other agencies in the government as needed. So we were the people that, were, I guess, fortunate or unfortunate, everybody came to get the work done. And we were given a nice budget so we could get the equipment we needed and the training people needed. And we had to move from, I was there from analog day. I remember when the first year I was there, well, everything was mostly open reel to reel. And we got our first high-end cassette decks made by a company called Nakamichi, which might still be around. They're a good company. And then we actually, like the little micro cassettes, well, nobody had a good playback. They had these little cheapy things. We had to have design and have a company engineer those out. So we had high-quality micro cassettes because we were getting them in all the time. They had to be played back really well. And then we did research work. Some of my papers I have listed came from out of that research. It was very enjoyable for somebody like me being there. A lot of hard work, long hours, great work.
At that period of time, was that lab one of the largest labs
It was by far the largest lab in the world.
in the world?
Yeah, I mean, some of the other agencies like ATF might have one person, maybe. Some agencies had none. They used us. You rarely saw, the biggest local one I saw was New York City Police Department, which we helped set up. Nice group of people up there. And they had like 2 or 3 people in their communication group that was involved with audio. I don't think they did any video.
And you got work from virtually all 50 states?
Oh, yeah, I personally have worked in all 50 states. In fact, every state I would have worked on numerous cases in that state.
And internationally as well?
Yes, I've testified in the last few years in Singapore, Seoul, South Korea, and Belfast, Northern Ireland.
We're going to get to your testimony a little bit later, but
Okay.
I wanted to focus right now on this particular segment. In your career, how many cases have you worked on in analyzing either audio or video recordings? How many would you tell this jury you have worked on?
It would be over 6,000
6,000 cases?
cases, yes.
Cases. Can you describe to the court and to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the most complicated and well-known cases that you have worked on?
Some cases I obviously can't talk about because they've not been made public. We do cases and we can't really talk about them, but I testify today, I could talk about this case, for instance. Yeah, I did all of the Linda Tripp, Monica Lewinsky recordings, determine if they were altered. They've never released the actual numbers, how many there are. Ken Starr ran that group.
And Ken Starr was the prosecutor in the Monica Lewinsky.
He was a special prosecutor, yes. He has always said,
Yes.
tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the notable cases that you were asked to work on in order to forensically assist the government with those cases?
Right. They released that there's less than 100 recordings she made, okay? About a third of them were found to be not original recordings. And that was part of the investigation on whether that happened. So I was the head of the group that did all of that authenticity work. I got to meet Ms. Tripp. She is definitely a different kind of person, but she was very cooperative in the investigation.
You also were called to work on the attempted assassination of President Reagan.
I was.
You were also called on to work on the Nixon recordings in Watergate.
That's correct. That came up as believe it or not, a civil matter. The Nixon and his family and their Nixon library wanted all of the original recordings destroyed and took it to court. So I can talk about it. It was open court. I came in to put how long would it take to do some of the things that needed to be copy all of them. There's a lot of recordings. The archives is who has it. How long would it take to professionally copy all of them? And then what would be the value of some of that stuff? So I was brought in to testify regarding that. And the court ruled that all could be destroyed, but they all were copied. So the archives have copies. Nobody has the originals anymore. They've all been destroyed.
What other cases were you called on of notoriety to lend your expertise in?
I worked on believe it or not, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Contrary to what everybody hears, there are no recordings of gunshots of that event. The assassination was caught on a Zapruder film, which had no audio. So I know everybody thinks they're saying there's a second shooter up on the Glassy Knoll and all. There is no recordings from Dealey Plaza on that day of the assassination. I just finished up a case involving a guy named Robert Durst. He was a billionaire. He went on an HBO special. I always have to look that up. It's called The Jinx, The Life and Crimes of Robert Durst. And what happened was he had lots of video interviews he agreed to, and one of them was a transmitter he had on him. He went into the bathroom and said something like, "Kill them all, of course." And it was a high publicity case for a while. He was tried and convicted of the murder 3 months ago or something like that in LA, and he has since died. So my associate and I did all of the enhancement of the audio and videos. Videos didn't require much enhancement, audio somewhat, and then we authenticated all of them. Ultimately, I did not testify at trial. The defense in the case stipulated, that is, they agreed to my findings, and I did not testify.
In that case, you testified for the government?
Yes, we did all the work for the government. That's correct. See if some of these people would, one goes back, I went to the University of Maryland, and we had an All-American, Len Bias, died of an overdose. I was able to enhance the recording enough so you could hear his last words, which clearly he said, I don't remember exactly, but basically it was the first time he had ever tried drugs, and he died from it. He was All-American at the time.
You also did some work on the John Gotti organized crime.
Yeah, I worked on a number of organized crime cases. The last one, they put him in prison where he died. I was testifying for the government, and I was authenticating the recording where he had said that somebody needed to have their knees broken and killed. That's what's on the recording. So I was able to authenticate it and enhance it. And it was high security in the place, even though I was an armed agent. We had marshals there, everything, because of the case. When I got done, he walked over and shook my hand and thanked me for testifying. It's kind of something I always remember. Even though what I was talking about put him in prison for the rest of his life, he was kind of a gentleman out of that.
Any others that you can point out to?
I've worked on a number of airplane crashes. I probably started with Air Florida back in, that was what, 1980 or so. And to this day, we still do a lot of major airplane crashes. Fortunately, the last few years, there haven't been many, so that's good data. But we do the signal analysis part and enhancement of the black boxes. We've worked on the former Ukrainian President Leon Kuchma, authenticating his recordings that somebody made in his office that were hidden. So we enhanced them and authenticated them.
What about the New England Patriots player, Aaron Hernandez?
Yes, there was a bunch of videos that had to be processed, and the government asked us to do the work.
And again, you were working for the government in that case.
Yes. And we were able to piece together, there were people that thought at some point somebody had a gun in their hand, and that ended up being, once we filtered it, was not true. Another place they weren't sure, we were able to verify actually had a gun in his hand. So there were a couple things we came out on that. I've testified 3 times in the International Tribunal in The Hague, Netherlands, involving usually stuff out of the former Yugoslavia and all the war crimes that were committed there. We handled the civil case, not one the criminal case, in which a family in Turkey, which owned most of the utilities and banks there, decided to get into politics. And the government told them, nope, you can be in utilities and banks or in politics. Can't be in both. Family said, tough luck, we're going to do it. The country of Turkey took away all their utilities and banks. So they sued them for $17 billion in front of the World Bank. And we were able to go through, and a lot of the recordings the Turkish government gave in the case, as part of what they called discovery, ended up being heavily altered. So all that came out in a World Bank hearing in Washington, D.C., where they had a 3-judge tribunal handling it.
So let's. I know you've got a long list, but we'll spare the jury at this point in time with any more. Tell us about your published work, specifically in the field of forensic audio and video analysis.
Yeah, I have about 50 articles I'm an author or co-author on. To give you an idea, the last one we did, and it's not an exciting title, I'm afraid, but it's the effects of content trimming iPhone 12 in Pro Max video files on iOS 14, which is the operating system. We basically, in an iPhone, if you own an iPhone, you can trim off the beginning, the end, or the middle of a recording. So we want to know, our clients want to know, if that happened. They've got an iPhone recording, did it happen? This goes through and looks at, as I referred to, the administrative information of file, and it's called metadata, metadata. It's the part of the file that's not what you're interested in. If it's a video file, it's the non-video part, okay? That changes when you do these things. For instance, how many, what we call bits, computer files are all made of zeros and ones, they're called bits, okay? That changes the rate they're on the file when you trim it. And there's other changes in the metadata that can tell us sometimes, depends on how you trim it, when the file was originally made and when was it trimmed. It can sometimes even tell you what the original file length was, So if the original file length was 13 minutes and it's now 10, then you know 3 minutes were taken off someplace. So this is a research project we're doing. The new one we're working on is involving audio. There's already been some of those by us and others of the same kind of thing. But every time the operating systems change, we're now up to 15.3.1, they change. So we have to continually look at these things and research. I also have a book chapter. My associate and I are, it was peer reviewed. All of our papers are heavily peer reviewed.
Let's talk about that before we get to the book too much, because I want to focus on that if we can. What does it mean to be peer reviewed in your publications?
Okay. When we do research, and our kind of work, nobody pays us for it. We do it because we need to do it in our field, but nobody pays us for it. We do the research, write it in their format, whatever scientific journal we're going to send it to. And we, in our case, you don't have to, we send it to people in the field that we trust to do a good job of looking at things. So we want them to really look at it. We then send it to the journal. The journal uses their own reviewers, normally at least 2, sometimes 3, that know our field, okay? We are not told who those people are. Some of the journals don't even let the people reviewing it to know who the authors are. It just varies by journal. They make any remarks they want. They can just accept it straight out. They could say, gee, we like this rewritten, or we don't understand this part, rewrite it, or I'm not sure this is right. Can you show us some of the data? And we certainly do that. So once that gets through and they agree to it, and we agree to it, it then goes through an editor and it's published. Once it's published, the paper takes on its own life beyond the authors. In other words, if my associate, Doug Lacey, L-A-C-E-Y, and I both died tomorrow, our papers are still there. They don't go away. So the people in that journal, or anybody reading it, they don't even have to be for that journal or from that society, if they have a problem with it, they come in and respond to it. So it's meant to be, in some ways, a continuing review process. If somebody a year after we publish it realized we did something incorrectly according to them, they come forward with that information. So the review process is, I think, quite robust. And all of us want good articles out there. You don't want an article that has a problem in it, or you usually end up with very few typos because of all the reviewers, which is nice. I'm not the greatest typist, and we go from that.
And these published papers that are peer reviewed, were they both in audio and video forensics?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and so they weren't limited just to audio?
That's right. Like I said, my latest article was video. Yeah.
And your research that you conducted in an effort to become proficient enough to write those articles, and accurate enough to write those articles, were also in the area of video forensic analysis.
Yes. Our book chapter, for instance, which was peer reviewed. Not all books are peer reviewed. I think we all realize that. But a lot of technical books, like the ones we're in, they do peer review it. It's involving authenticity of both audio and video. That's what it's about. It's about, I don't know, I want to guess 35 pages or something like that.
Is it the only book on authenticity?
It's the only overview article on the subject that I know of. Other people write a couple chapters in a book giving an overview of it, but they don't go into detail. There's a lot of people that write articles on authenticity, but they're more very specific. Like I was talking about an iPhone recording. They'll be more specific.
It's my understanding that you've also provided throughout your career instructions or lectures on forensic audio and video analysis, both to law enforcement as well as to the private community. Is that correct?
That's right. It's kind of a continuing thing that groups, we've had appellate federal judges that have, what is it, end of the court, I think it's called?
Ends of court.
I'm not a lawyer, obviously.
Yes, ends of court.
And they've invited me to come and talk to them about some aspect of science that I'm involved with, and talk to them. And it's real informal. Everybody brings something to eat. When they invite you, you don't have to bring any food, I found out. But it's, yeah, so we'll go in and talk to these people. We want people to be educated in our field, understand what we're doing. I think it's important as more and more audio and video is appearing because of cell phones. It used to be, how many people walked around with a recorder before you had a cell phone? Virtually nobody. Now, everybody almost has something that records quite well in audio and video. So so we're getting more and more cases.
And so your teachings and your lectures were also to law enforcement agencies throughout the country?
Yes, if we're asked, we normally, if possible, try to attend and present.
Let's go back a little bit because I want to go back to your position within the lab. And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your position within the lab grew as your career grew.
Right. Like I said, I was brought back from a supervisor out of Detroit. And though I'm officially a supervisor the day I show up, I don't immediately been given 10 people to supervise. Most of our supervision was of projects and cases. I usually had several technicians. One might be in the process of becoming an examiner, and that can take up to 3 or 4 years, depending on what you're doing. Some are just technicians. They don't really have an interest in coming out and testifying to people like yourself. They wish not to, or their education is not at the level that they would meet the standards for that. And I worked up and started doing the complicated cases. The authenticity and signal analysis are the most complicated cases, and I like doing them. So some people just wanted to do more enhancement work and other things. Plenty of work there. Everybody kept busy. And then once I got trained, I started training other people. And in fact, when I retired, the FBI brought me back for 8 more years to continue working on high publicity cases that they were getting and to continue training of some of the people that were there and finish that. So I was in the lab for 21 years, but another 8 working back as a contractor with them.
Of those 21 years that you were in the lab, it's my understanding that during a very last significant portion of your time there, you were running the entire lab.
The last 8 or 9 years I was. The group was so, at that point I really wasn't a supervisor, I was a manager. I had supervisors under me. But it was such a great group of people, we just didn't have problems. People didn't have personnel problems or anything. So I still spent about 60% of my time doing casework. Another 20 was, probably half of it was making up budgets every year and things like that. And sometimes I had to go up with, for instance, the assistant director was going up to Congress, even though I wasn't the one testifying, I was up there if Congress had some interest in my areas I was involved with.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you're a member of professional societies within your field of expertise.
I am.
And would you tell the jury what societies you are a member of?
Okay. I'm a member of the Acoustical Society of America. It's a very academic group of people, major researchers doing any kind of acoustics like on hearing aids or whale sounds underwater. They do all of those. Every month there's a huge number of articles published. And I've published there a couple articles, I think, over the years. So they are a lot of the theoretical basis for some of the things I do involving acoustical environments. Okay? So that's what they do. I'm a member of the Audio Engineering Society. I recently, I think it was in 2015, got an award, the first time it had ever been given to a forensic person in the audio field. Most of the people in that group are production people. When you are on TV and you hear the sound, almost for sure somebody's in that society. That's where they all come from. So in fact, I gave it on the Kennedy assassination. Yeah, so I'm a member of the International Association for Identification. I'm a distinguished in life active member. This group is involved with a number of forensic disciplines. They're best known for fingerprints. They probably, virtually everybody in the fingerprint field is a member of that society, and many of the crime scene. But they also do video, audio, a number of other fields.
Mr. Koenig, I know we've got a lot of them, and I'm trying to just give a glimpse to the members of the jury. Tell me about your testimony, both for law enforcement, the FBI, as well as for private entities.
In what way?
Well, how many times do you think that you have testified in court and been found to be an expert in the field of audio and video forensic analysis?
This is my 425th time to testify as an expert. Most of those are in courts, but there's some, international arbitration groups and some administrative groups here and there, but the majority would be in a hearing or a trial in a courtroom.
In how many states and how many foreign countries have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic audio and video analysis?
I think I've testified in, I believe, 43 states. The District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Turks and Caicos Islands, Northern Ireland, South Korea, Singapore, the Netherlands, maybe a few more.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what government agencies you have been called upon to testify and to do video and audio analysis.
Okay, these would be after I left the FBI. So the FBI, we mostly work for federal agencies and state and local. So most of my work, almost all of it, came in from them. So this list would be since I left the FBI.
Post FBI?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see. Obviously, the U.S. Department of Justice, they use us for almost all the airplane crashes. What happens is if a plane crashes, everybody sues the federal government because they have what they call deep pockets. If you win, they have the money to pay you, basically. Obviously, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, U.S. Congress, Office of Independent Counsel, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, Drug Enforcement Administration, Security and Exchange Commission, U.S. Department of Defense, U.S. Department of Energy, U.S. Customs Service, Federal Trade Commission, United Nations Criminal Tribunal, National Academy of Sciences, U.S. Agency for International Development, District Attorney's Office.
I think we've got enough. Okay. And this was all post-FBI, where they had called on your expertise to assist them in different matters.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit, Madam Clerk, BB, and ask you to take a look at this particular exhibit and tell me, Mr. Cohen, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is my newest, what they call a curriculum vitae, my resume, and a list of my recent testimony. And I can even see a typo error. On my testimony, this would be since July of 2014 till the present day.
And who compiled that information on that curriculum vitae for that document?
I did.
You did. And did you keep that particular document as part of your business there at VecTech?
In our business, that's what, when our clients call, that's what they want. They don't really ask for something else. They want to know, can you send us your CV?
And does that then include all of the areas that you have worked in your career?
Yeah, it's a summary of everything.
Okay. We talked a little bit about your time with the FBI, heading up the lab there for video and audio analysis. I want to talk a little bit about when you retired and what happened when you retired. And I think that goes back now to 1996 to present. Is that correct?
Right. I retired from the FBI the last day of 1995, after 25 years there. Total of 32 years in the federal government, so a lot of years.
And I believe you were still even contracted by the FBI 8 years thereafter because of the level of your expertise.
Yes, if you're an FBI agent, you're not allowed to have outside employment. No exception at all. So the day after I retired, I started my private business. So from there on, I have continued in this field, what I did at the FBI. And even when I was a contractor for the FBI, I was still doing work for other agencies on there. And like I said, I've had a number of different associates, and now Doug Lacey is now, I gave him the business 7 years ago because I like doing casework a lot more than doing invoices and administrative stuff. So he does all that now. It's his business. He's my children's age, so he'll be around. If you call me back in 20 years, it'll be Doug, not me. And so that's what we've done.
And while you were working there in this private entity, or the entity is called VecTech?
Yeah, Beck-Tech LLC.
Okay.
All capitals, BEK space TEK space LLC.
And while working for this company now, VecTech, you continue to do work for the government
Sure.
and for prosecutors and police offices throughout the country.
Yes, our work is complex at times, especially for people that are not into this kind of work. But our work's objective. It's not an opinion. You know, you get the video stream off so you can play it in court, or you can't. I mean, it's not maybe. So it's much more, even though there's obviously opinions on how to do the work, it's pretty straightforward and it's objective. So therefore, if we got hired from either side in this case and asked to do the same thing, they'd get the same result. They wouldn't change.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the word forensic means.
It's how science is applied in the legal world. The simplest thing.
In the legal world, can we afford to make mistakes?
People sometimes don't understand that. It's a good question. It's, yeah, you're affecting people's lives. You could, theoretically, somebody could be executed if you did the wrong thing. But certainly, you know, I'm not ever telling a jury or a judge what decision they make. That's not my job at all. I don't do that. I want to give them objective, scientific information that they can use to help make their decision in the case.
Let's talk about when our firm hired you. Do you know when that was?
Yeah,
Sometime?
I think we opened the case something like July 17th of 2014.
Okay. And would you tell
I'm
the
sorry,
ladies-
June 17th.
June. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was that you were asked to do in this case by the defense?
Well, I think the general thing was to look at the videos from the movie theater and kind of see what we could do. Can we determine if certain things you see in the video, what they are or not? Be able to prepare video clips that, for instance, slow the information down to make it easier to see. Could we enhance the video? can we pull off individual frames? Videos are composed of a set of still images. It's not, even though you perceive it as being continuous, it's not. It's a series of separate pictures, okay? We can pull all the separate pictures off perfectly without loss. Or you want something circled. But a lot of it, I think, was seeing what was there and what your office had a need to look at, and that's what we looked at.
What is a video made of? I know you talked about individual images, but tell us forensically and scientifically how that is done.
Well, I mean, for instance, you could have a video format, not what's used here, but it's called motion JPEG. So JPEG's the type you take with your camera or your iPhone, okay? You can have video that's a set of JPEGs, and it's called motion JPEG. So it really is a set of pictures, but it's how it's composed is how many pictures you put there. If you're watching something on your high-definition TV at home, or you go to the movie theater, you potentially could have 120 pictures in a second, or more. I've seen some stuff with 240 even. Average surveillance video that most people look at, and a lot of TV shows have about 30 pictures per second. Okay, if you get less than that, which a lot of surveillance, sometimes surveillance will be one picture every 5 seconds. Now, in our field, we probably wouldn't call that video, but it's in a video format. It's just, the pictures are 5 seconds apart. So, so the composition is, how good is the quality of the video you put on there? Usually it's related to pixels. More pixels, things you see blown up, little squares that make it up. The more you have, the better it is. If you used to watch old TV, in my age, when I grew up with, the quality was horrible. And now you all have high definition TV. And if you see an old show where it's the original, it can look miserable. You're thinking, people watch this, So how many pixels you have? How well do you, if you compress it, in fact, all video is virtually compressed.
Why don't you, please, we're there with the word compressed before we leave it. Tell the jury what compression means.
Compression means you take the image, each image, or the set of images, the better compression systems look at a set of images. You take them and you decide what can you get rid of that's going to have the least effect on the picture. And usually they get rid of the fine detail. So if you compress it a lot, you have a problem. I'll give you an example. We had a case came in, involved a major Hollywood studio. It was animated movie involved, and they, believe it or not, contract a lot of it out. They don't even do it in-house, okay? So every place it was doing it was required to have video that would show the tags on all the cars that came in and out of their parking lot, okay? So we get this from this general counsel of this large corporation, and he says, I can't read the tags. We lost a hard drive with the information on it. So we look at it, and if you didn't know where the tag was on a car, you wouldn't know what it was, much less be able to read anything. I mean, the quality was awful. So he goes out to the site, calls me up and said, I'm at the site, and the camera's on, and I'm looking at it on the screen, and I can read the tag easily. I said, oh, okay, record it, and now play it back. He plays it back. Oh, it's the same thing. I can't read it anymore. They compressed it so much that you could no longer read the tag. And what's the advantage of compression? The only advantage is it takes less space on a hard drive. So how did they correct their problem? They didn't store as many days anymore, cut back on the compression, which the systems can do, and now they can read their tags again. But the person just watching the monitor coming in would say, oh yeah, it's working. And it wasn't. So the compression, we have to live with compression. Even the professionals will use compression. We, in this case, actually did some uncompressed work, but we did that in the lab. It wasn't the original information. So, yeah, that's how you look at it. It's how good is the lens on the camera or whatever, how well is the sensor, how many frames there are per second, how many pixels you have. All of these go into what do you end up with.
While we're talking about compression and video systems, describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what actually a video system is. What are the components? How does it work? How do we get to that final product?
Okay. Obviously, you have a camera. Okay, camera has a sensor in it. So if the camera, let's say, has a million pixels, that's what it does. It's going to have a sensor up there that's going to detect it at that level. It may not actually have a million sensors. They play tricks with that, but it's caught there. That sensor now takes light in the room, makes it into an electronic signal. Okay, that is fed through a cable, or if it's an iPhone, for instance, it's still kind of a cable, but it's all done internally, to some recording system that then records it, and that system might record, and often does, at a much lower quality than what the camera is. Camera might have 1 million, but they might only use a fifth of that to save space. And then that's made into a file, and the files will compress. So first off, you've cut potentially what the camera had. You've now compressed it, cut part of it out, and then that's what you end up with as a file.
And this is the inner workings of a video surveillance system.
Correct. And video surveillance systems normally, whether it's a home or at a business, is going to have a hard drive. That's what they use. It's an internal hard drive, computer drive.
Is that in the DVR?
What you call a DVR, or what you have at home to record TV shows when you're not there, DVR. That's what it does. It just brings the data in, puts it on a hard drive, indexes it so you can find it.
And do those systems have what we call proprietary software, and how does that proprietary software work?
Yeah. I want to say most, once in a while we get one without proprietary. A non-proprietary video means you can take the file, put it in your computer, and it plays. Windows Media or whatever you use, it'll play it. Most surveillance systems aren't that way. They're proprietary. Best we can find out for the manufacturers is they don't want to pay the cost of using a standardized format, but they never say. So then we have to try to get it off. So what I talked about earlier, if you have the right codec and instructions, information, you can pull it off. The non-proprietary, it's already in your computer. It's an MP4, your computer knows what to do with it. So the codec is already there. So we often, in fact, almost all the time, have to try to figure out the best way to pull that off. Some are simple, we can go in and find the stream. Others, we have the codec, we pull it off. Sometimes we just play tricks, pulling it off. But we want to get it off with no loss. That's a big one. I mean, the last thing you have that if you can no way do it, you'd have to copy it off a real high quality monitor. That's a last resort. I don't think in the last 3 years we've actually had a case, all the cases we've gotten in, we've had to do that. But that's always a last resort to get it off.
Is there, in your work and the work that you do in pulling that information, that video off of the system, if you don't use the proprietary software, are you degrading, altering, changing the video in any way?
If you don't have it, it won't even play. You get the file, the programs just say they can't play the file.
Okay. Let's talk about motion sensors and being able to determine how much those sensors are set at the time of the recording. Tell me how motion sensors work.
Motion sensors are, I think even home systems all have them now, so it's a very common thing. You can set it for the whole picture. So in other words, you could do that, or you could set it for one little part. You could set it for this wall, which doesn't move, and that means it'll never record. Or you can say, I got a picture of the whole room, I want, anybody moves in the room, do it. So in a surveillance like a business, let's say you have one on the side of a building, but there's one door on the whole side of the building. You don't care if somebody walks across the lawn or whatever. You could have the motion sensor set just for that door. So then it doesn't make any recordings unless there's somebody moving in there, in that area that you've done. You can usually set the sensitivity of it. You don't want to be in a position that, you know, the wind blows a leaf through there, for instance, and it records. You don't want to do that. So it's kind of, each time has to be set up by the user to find what works, and you don't want it to run when you don't want it to run. Why take up a bunch of your hard disk space when all it is an empty hallway? So it depends on how the person sets it up.
So sensitivity, let's talk about sensitivity. So are you telling me then that someone can actually set the sensitivity of that recording surveillance video, and then it would only record when it reaches that level of sensitivity?
Right, most systems would have that, yes.
Okay, and so are you able to tell what that sensitivity level is or setting is if you had the DVR system in front of you for you to analyze that?
Yes, you would go into the settings, and you can pull up each camera. A lot of these systems have 20 and 30 cameras. You can pull up each camera, set where it's going to look for it, and the sensitivity of each camera. Very simple. It's not a complicated thing to do.
And so, for example, if the DVR system there at the Cobb Theater was gotten rid of, meaning it was no longer available, are you able to determine the sensitivity of that system without those DVRs in place?
Normally not. It's not included. I don't know I've ever seen it actually included in any metadata of a surveillance system. But it's in the settings of the DVR itself.
So what do you do if it's not included in the metadata and you really need to find out how much movement was necessary for the video camera to actually start recording? I mean, what do you do?
You can't find that out. Not as a statement. No, you could look at what video you have and say, okay, it seems to me that unless somebody's moving over here, it starts it. But since the other part is not being recorded, you're not seeing the video where it doesn't record. You only see the video where it does record. So you can have something that it's an hour time and there's only, 14 seconds of video on that.
Now, these systems that we're talking about, video surveillance systems, do they tell you on the system, on the film itself, when they are recording and when they're not recording?
I mean, they don't tell you directly. They just stop recording there. So some, like your systems, actually, the exact time is in the data. There's another stream that has that. Not all systems have that. So in this case, we could tell you the exact times it cuts off and on. Most systems, you can't. Other than, often the biggest thing we see, it's on the screen. So that'll tell you. But the screen might only be in seconds. Might not be like this one out to probably milliseconds. So on there. So if there's nothing on the screen, and it's not one of those that happens to have it in the metadata, then you don't have any information at all.
Now, some of these systems actually put out a black screen or a blue screen, the proprietary systems, when it is not recording. Is that correct?
When you play back, it actually doesn't have that in the file. The file says, we stop recording here, and when that happens, the system says what it's going to do. Put black, blue, whatever they do. And then when it starts recording again, it does. But the recording itself doesn't just specifically say, oh, I'm going to put black ones in here, because that takes up space. So they just say, oh, after this, do this. Simple command. When it comes back up, it comes back and records. Yeah.
And do some systems, instead of putting those screens, do they actually duplicate the last image that was recorded and continue with that image despite the fact that it's not recording?
Yes, I would say that's more common than ever seeing a black screen.
Explain that to the jury, how that works and how that can lead someone to be confused.
Well, I'm recording this gentleman here, and I have it there, and he stops moving. Or the part for movement is over there someplace, so he's active. And then it has him just standing there, right there. So then all the frames are identical, and then all of a sudden, he's over here. So you're like, okay, you don't know what he did between here and here, but when this last frame was there, which kept repeating, the next new frame, he was over here.
Why do these systems do that? It appears confusing, right?
It's saving space. Why would you use motion detection if you weren't trying to save space? It's like compression or making the pixels smaller. Less space on the hard drive is taken up.
Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how we extract that video from a hard drive or from a system.
In this particular case,
Yes. Just briefly. In fact, let me, before we get to that, let's talk about the issue of a digital image. And let's get to that first, and then we can go and explain the extraction process.
okay,
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a digital image is.
okay. There's kind of two types here, and I'll talk about the image, and the other one is a clone, okay? An image is a algorithm that goes in with a hard drive or a thumb drive, flash drive, any digital media you want. It makes a copy of it in a way that you get everything off of it. I mean, if the thing had nothing on it, it would just copy the whole thing. If it's a 5 terabyte hard drive with nothing on it, it'll copy nothing, but it'll have a complete picture of the whole thing. The advantage is we can then pull the stuff off without having to go through some program that might change it or do something. It's all there. And so it's just an exact scientific copy of it. A clone copies it all, but in a kind of a different way. The scientific clone is useful in the sense that, let's say, I had a case in which we had to give a copy to somebody else. The attorneys needed what's a copy. And they wanted to be able, and they also wanted to be able to put it back in the DVR. We don't recommend, we believe the hard drive should come out and never be used again, if it's forensic, period, okay? Well, what if you want to get in there and get, like, talked about the settings or something, okay? And some of them require you put the hard drive back in. You can make a clone of it that will now play in the unit, because it's identical to the other one, but the original is still untouched. So anybody in the future can always look at that original if they have to, and you're going to have an image of it, and if you need it, you have a clone of it.
Okay. And so let's talk a little bit about this process where a video is nothing but a series of images. Is that correct?
Series of,
Of images.
oh,
Video.
yes.
Okay. And let's talk about if we want to extract one of those images, where do we put it? I mean, how do we extract it, and where do we put it if we want to extract it? In the file.
Yes. You can, if you have the proper file, depends on the file, you can use programs, and there's a number of them out there, that will actually extract that image. You say, I want this image on my screen be extracted. It doesn't extract it off the screen, it extracts it right out of the file. And then they put that into a image file. In our field, we normally always use uncompressed, so we wouldn't make a JPEG of it. The big ones are bitmap and TIFF, T-I-F-F, and PNG.
Okay, and those are files that do not compress the image, is that correct?
Well, the PNG technically compresses it, but it's in a way that we call lossless. In other words, there's no loss from it. It just makes the file a little bit smaller.
Okay. Let's talk about pixels and how that relates to an image. If you'd like, I'm going to have you step down and describe that to the jury on our whiteboard.
Okay.
Can you, Your Honor, may I have the witness step down?
Yeah, is
After
this,
this segment, we can break,
okay.
and then we'll start with the videos.
All right, thank you. Yes, he can sit down. Yes, you may.
I'm not going to forget. It's not complicated. I've seen on TV now, the big thing in the movies is they have an image, you can't see something, and they blow it up and it pixelizes, and they hit a magic button. Guess what? You can't do the magic button part. So in other words, you have an image, and it's made up of pixels. Okay? So, and this goes all the way down, pixel after pixel. Okay, each pixel, this over here, is a square or a rectangle normally. It is either a color throughout, or it's a grayscale, somewhere between black and white. Okay? There is no additional data in there other than that. In other words, can sometime in the future they use some specialized stuff and take this pixel and get more information out of it? The answer is no. In other words, there is no more information. It's just a color or a grayscale, period, the whole thing. So, the less pixels you have, the less detail you can do. You know, if you wanted to say, I got, trying to think of something. Oh, just make a circle. Okay? Well, what if I only had one pixel to cover? What would the pixel look like? It would look like a square. Okay, well, what if I had 4 pixels? Okay, remember, all of these are going to be some grayscale or color. They can't put that line there. This is all going to be some color. This is going to be some different color. It can't draw lines. It would just be 4 areas of gray or 4 areas of color. So in other words, you'd have to have enough that you could start defining it. So you now need to have pixels, you know, probably down in this range before you can start saying it's a circle. So, but like I said, what you see on TV, there's no more stuff in the pixel. Pixel's it. If you, this case, I think we have 76,800 pixels on there. Now, to give you an idea, my iPhone, I don't have anything special, has 12 million pixels. A high definition on TV you watch all the time, each frame is about 2 million. And if you go to 4K or something, this can be 12 million or more, as you might see at the movie theater. That's why you get the detail. So, in this case, we're dealing with this many. That's not very many pixels. So that's why you can't define things well.
In this particular video that we have, this video from the video surveillance system at the cop theater, why is it that it's not clear?
Pixels. How do you make something that looks like a circle if you don't have enough pixels to make it look like a circle? So you end up with, you can't define things. So unless it's something larger that has enough pixels, and even then you won't see a lot of detail in a larger thing, but at least you can say, well, that's a person, for instance. Yeah, you can do that. So the limitation is this. You're dealing with 320 by 240 pixels, if I remember right. And so that's all you're getting. On a high definition TV, you're up around, 2,000 by 1,000, something like that for a million. or to get the, 2 million here. So you just don't have enough thing. Even the old TV, believe it or not, old TV was 480 by 640. So you can see this is, twice here, so this is 4 times better than this. And that's that old TV which used to watch. So it tells you how poor the quality is, that the system definitely can do much better than that, no matter what system it was, but they didn't.
And again, it's a cost saving for the manufacturer of the,
Saving of hard disk space, yes.
okay, you may take your seat. Donna, if you want to take a break, it's probably, there's a little bit more information, and then we're going to go to the videos, but we can certainly do that now at the corporate light.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. Just be back to the jury pool room in 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Remember my instructions.
All rise for the recess for 10 minutes. Jury is out.
Thank you.
I tried it.
are we ready to start the other part? Okay, you're gonna have him up there more?
No, we got a bit more instructions on what he did forensically to the Q6, which is going to be the imaged hard drive. And then once we get through that, we're going to move that forward slightly.
Okay.
I'm going to have him, with the board's permission, move here so that he can see the actual video while we're playing the video and explain certain segments of it.
Okay,
Is that okay with the
all
board?
right, yeah, and everything that he's gonna do comports with Judge Lewis's ruling
There's been no ruling from Judge Lewis
on
his,
Mr. Koenig?
on his testimony.
Correct.
Okay. Was there hearing on his?
Was not on his.
Oh, okay.
No,
All right, because I have,
that was on Knox, the crime scene
No,
expert.
that was Emil.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
she was wondering if there had ever been a motion on an expert that wasn't what we talked about, that was
Okay.
Knox.
okay. Knox, we still have to hear, I know.
Yes,
And Mr. Emmel was ruled on.
right.
Okay, but there was no Daubert on Mr. Koenig? Okay. I know I've reviewed his testimony recently.
He testified for us in the Emil issue.
Okay, that's what it was, that's what it was. I knew
If
I'd
that's-
seen it
yes, yes.
recently.
Yes, he
his
testified
testimony and-
for us,
okay,
but it wasn't
okay,
against him.
Okay, that's where the issue was.
That's the same as previous year.
Yes.
Not going to identify anything, just
No, he's not, Your Honor, just so the court knows, forensic experts like Mr. Koenig, they don't identify what's in the video. That's left up to the jury. All he's going to do is he's going to tell the jury what he did,
Okay.
obviously, to these videos, in order to play them as they're going to be played.
Okay, all right. Bring him in.
Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Jurors may be seated. All jurors are present and accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, very good, thank you. Mr. Escobar?
Thank you. Mr. Koenig, the imaged hard drive that you received concerning the Cobb Theater videos, did you label that Q6?
Yes, specimen Q6, that's the system the FBI uses, and we've continued it. Q means a question piece of evidence, so this would be the sixth one we received from your office.
Okay. And so let's talk a little bit about what you did in reference to that video surveillance, and we're going to talk about things concerning forensically enlarging and forensically enhancing a video surveillance, actual video. Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what enhancement means.
Enhancement, you're talking about video enhancement,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. Is to try to make the scene easier to see. You're stuck with a number of pixels. You can't change how many pictures you have per second, but you try to so in this case, basically, I think all of them were done this way. We've lightened the dark areas. There's a tool in Photoshop called shadow highlight. You can either take the highlights that are very white and make them less white, or you can take the darkest areas and make it light. It doesn't affect the whole picture, just those areas. This one, the highlights, we did virtually nothing on. So we made it lighter. What happens with the compression, that one of the side effects of it is it lowers the contrast of the picture, because they can, again, make the image smaller. So we improved the contrast. Didn't have to be drastic, just some. And then we sharpened it Now, but sharpen it just means you're getting the edges of the pixels perfectly straight. So it has a more minor effect on overall, but it has an effect. So the enhancement for everything that was done here, that's all that was done. So it is an improvement, but there's just a limit to what you can do with this quality.
Is there a measure that you can identify as to what you actually did, for example, in enhancing? Meaning, is it a ascertainable change in the video itself?
Yes, you can see it, and somebody can repeat it. We have the exact numbers. Photoshop gives you numbers. Somebody could take our system, one of our images, put it in Photoshop and do exactly what we did. No problem at all.
And they would know exactly what you did in enhancing that particular image?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about compression. The compression that you were talking about, was that the compression that was taking place by the system itself, the surveillance system?
Correct.
Not by any compression that you were doing?
That's correct.
Because you didn't do any compression?
Well, the only compression we have to do is when you enhance the video and you want to make another video copy of it, which you have to do, what we do is we make it, let's say the compression made the file 500 kilobytes in size. We would use a compression that would make the file 5 or 6 times larger than that. So it means virtually there's no loss. The individual still images we can pull off with no effect at all. But the video, you'd be hard pressed to know that we did anything in the way of compression based on what it's there.
Enlargement. Describe and explain to the jury what that means, magnification or enlargement of the video.
I mean, it generally means you've got an image that I had up there, 240 by 320, and you want to make it something bigger than that. Because you want to make it so it's maybe easier to see in court, you want to make a print, whatever. You can make it, you can add pixels to make that happen.
Is there a proper way of enhancing forensically, of enlarging forensically, that you adhere to?
Yes, and it's what the books and everything else say too. It's not just our opinion.
Your Honor, I object.
You want to approach?
Please.
So, Mr. Koenig, in this enlargement process, what process is it that you use in an effort to enlarge an image or a video?
It's called, it's a nearest neighbor is the name of the algorithm, but it has to be done in a certain mathematical way so it doesn't change the original image.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness to step down to demonstrate nearest neighbor for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes. Is he going to stay down for a while, or?
It's going to be, he's going to demonstrate it on the board. It'll probably be, I would imagine, 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. All right, we'll reposition.
Mr. Koenig, please describe to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by nearest neighbor enlargement or magnification.
Okay. Let's make a very simple thing here. I just, 4 pixels in a square, call them ABCD. I want to make this larger into a square that's I apologize for my lack of artistic ability. So how do I make this bigger without changing what's there? I only have 4 pixels, but now I want to make it 16 pixels. Or I can make it whatever. The way to do it is nearest neighbor, if you do it, as long as you go in integers, in other words, double on each side, triple each side, make it 40, make it 100, doesn't matter. So what happens when you do that, it makes this. And I have no idea why not doing it differently. It's green and black. So in other words, you now have taken this 1 pixel and made it into 4. It's still the same square, it's just a bigger square. And the same thing with C, D, and E. And you can do this to any size as long as you're doubling. In other words, so we went from, this was 2 by 2. You could make this, 4 by 4, and on up. So as long as you continue to end up with squares, that you can make all the pixels identical, and the algorithm does it perfectly. So basically, when you do this, all of these A's are going to be absolutely identical to each other. So it'll be larger. You don't gain any detail. It's not an enhancement process. It just makes it so. So in this one, we have a small amount of pixels, but Mr. Escobar's office decided he would like to put it up on a big screen for courtroom. So we made the images to blow up so they fit better on this. And again, we're still limited. If we said we wanted to make this 5 by 5, we'd have a trouble because we couldn't make the squares. So it's got to be, we always say, 1, 2 squared, 3 squared, 4 squared. If you do that, you can constantly make it this way. There's no loss of information, but it makes it much bigger. And so instead of seeing on this big thing a picture that's maybe this size, you're going to see it to be that size. And it's exactly the same as the original.
So let's talk a little bit about, you talked earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about grayscale and color.
Correct.
Tell me how a nearest neighbor works with that issue of grayscale and color.
It doesn't care what A is. It just makes identical copies of it. So whatever the pixel is, it does. Color, black and white, doesn't matter.
Okay. Are there other ways of enlarging an image or a video that are not forensically acceptable, forensically?
Yes.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury those particular ways and why they're not forensically acceptable?
Okay. You keeping this or?
No.
Okay.
Hold on now, let me see if I can get you black.
Okay. So what if we start again with A, B, C, and we want to make it now okay, so we're going in these methods, you don't need to have it be a certain anything. So we want to make it look like this. So now I've got, basically if I take what's originally over here, I've got A there and I got B here. I might not be counting these right. This is C and D. Okay. It doesn't do what the other one did, where we duplicated. It makes, based on the algorithm, guesses. So this is going to be A1, A2, this is probably going to be something like an AB. In other words, the machine, computer is just going to decide, saying, okay, if this is black and this is white, well, I'm going to make these gray. But if this is red and this one is green, then it's going to put some colors in between. It doesn't know what you're taking a picture of. It doesn't know if you have lines. It doesn't do any of that. It's not like a human being that might actually do what I just said. It's like, oh yeah, there's a line there, so probably the line should continue on. But you don't know if the original here, let's say, was a line like this and a line like this. Well, it's got to decide, how do you blend from this to this? So it's going to do something in between. So in other words, all of these are guesses. All these blank areas do it. So you could end up, in a case, you could have one A and you've added 50 extra pixels, none of which existed in the original at all. Or the other way I do it, it's there. If you do these kind of techniques, overall what it does, it softens the picture. So it doesn't actually add detail, but it will change what things look like. You can have something that's kind of squarish and now it's not. Or, it changes things.
Let's talk about that issue of the algorithm, because I think that's an important topic. When you're doing it, not the way you're doing it, forensically nearest neighbor, where you're doing it with bicubic or bicubic smoother and all the other algorithms, are you aware of what that algorithm is actually doing in order to enlarge the photo?
In a way you do, in a way you don't.
Okay.
Basically, the algorithm, like these kind of things, is mathematical. Somebody has made up a mathematical thing that says, okay, if you got this and this, do that. But there's nothing into that algorithm that tells you what you're doing. Is this a person's face you're looking at? Are you looking at vertical lines? Are you looking at a baseball field? It has none of that data. So it's meant to be extremely general. So if you must blow up something for a family picture or something, it's not forensic. You just try the various ones and see if you like one better than the other. It's not going to make the picture better. Like I said, it'll soften the picture. Like anything that's a straight line will now start looking less straight.
But there's no way of actually verifying what that algorithm did on that particular image.
Well, you could take what you started with. In fact, some of the algorithms don't even use the original pixels. I mean, they start there, but that original pixel may not even actually exist in there, depending on the algorithm.
And you can return. with you using nearest neighbor, can anyone come behind you and verify what you've done?
Yes, I mean, they're exactly copying the original pixels in a square.
Okay. Tell me what the word interpolation means.
It means you're interpreting, I mean, it's kind of how the word is, this algorithm is interpreting what these extra pixels that never existed in the original would be.
And so bicubic or bicubic smoother, those are the ones that have the algorithms that are out there and you don't know
Right,
much about?
they're very commonly used, but not forensically.
And they are interpolating that enlargement.
Yes, the algorithm is guessing what those pixels should be without having any knowledge of what the picture is.
Why is it that these companies don't give you exactly what they're doing with these algorithms? Why don't they give you all the formula so that you can actually see it and determine whether what they're doing is accurate or not? What's the reason?
Well, some of them, there's some general formulas out there for them, but they, even though I have a very...
Just calls for speculation.
It does not.
Basically, they'll give you some of the general formulas, all Photoshop and all make up their own, modify them, but they're mathematical. They assign numbers to things and then do it. So you could potentially compute the numbers, but the numbers don't tell you what the end-up picture is. It just says, oh, well, we're going to give it this number, and that's it. And then, like you said, every company uses their own, they modify the general formulas.
And that's because it's proprietary to them, right? Their product.
Yeah, they want to have their product that they like the look of. So let's say, a company thinks they mostly do landscapes. So they might modify it in their program so that they think for a landscape, it seems to do the best job. Or if somebody's only doing portraits, maybe they could do it. But most of these programs do everything. They're not really aimed at one particular type of image.
Okay. Now, can interpolation occur by some other means? For example, by the screen itself that you're displaying your image or your video?
Say that again?
Can interpolation take place by other means, by the screen itself that you're playing your image or video?
Yeah, if you tell the screen, if it has that capability, to make it larger, it will.
Okay, and so you know the size of the images that we have here, the size of the video, right?
Right?
And how small is that size?
It was 320 by 240
And would you
pixels.
give the jury some indication of what that would be in size, in size as far as number of pixels? 76?
76,800.
Okay.
You multiply the two numbers together.
Okay, and so when you're playing or displaying an image or video on a screen, do you have to be careful because the screen itself may interpolate?
Absolutely.
And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why that is a concern sometimes.
Well, it's what I said. In other words, they're not going to use nearest neighbor using exactly squared off pixels. You've got to make it do that. So these other ones, they're going to use whatever system they decide to use. They may not even tell you what it is, and they'll just blow it up. So you can end up with, the vast majority of the pixels are never from the original. They might only be, original might only have 1% of the pixels or something from it. So you don't know what you're getting. Like I said, it's guessing what it is. It can change the shapes of things completely. You wouldn't even recognize what it was before. If you use it in small amounts, obviously that makes less of a difference than if you have lots. So if you just wanted to go from 76,000 and make it 150,000, well, there would be differences, but they would be minor. But as you take more and more extra pixels, it's guessing even farther out, like, here's a pixel here and here, and I got to put 10 extra pixels in there.
So correct me if I'm wrong, let me see if I understand this. You can actually interpolate by using software, for example, bicubic or bicubic smoother, where you're actually trying to enlarge the image or video. And then there's a second way, which is just displaying an image on the screen that will interpolate in and of itself.
That's correct. It's like, if you have like most high-definition TVs, I think most people nowadays do, you have an option that says, whatever's there, make it fit on the screen. It's not an option I personally like, I guess I'm more technical, but, for that. But if you do that, if your screen is this big and the original image is this big, it's going to make it fit. So everybody's TV nowadays has that capability just about.
And so here we have a big screen. It's my big screen, right?
Your big
So,
screen.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did in an effort to prevent this screen from interpolating on its own.
We blew the video up, and how we did this, so we didn't lose anything. The original files of the Q6, I don't know what the exhibit is, but Q6, were in a AVI format, okay? That's just a dot AVI at the end. Okay, that is what we call a container format. In other words, you can have all kinds of formats in there. So you might have an AVI file that plays fine on your computer, or you might have a file that will never play on there. Okay? We then took that, and the player that comes with it, it's a GeoVision, I think it is, yeah. It's all one word, capital GEO, capital VISION. Player has very limited capability. You can play, but we want to get the thing off. We used a different program, and I'll spell that. It's Graphic, Graph, no space, capital STUDIO, no space, capital NEXT. Graph Studio Next. It's a program that you can say, I have this file, and I'd like to play it back. So it looks for a codec, as we call it, that will know that. Well, we have the GeoVision codec. So then we pull it off in an uncompressed format. That means no loss. It's a huge file, because you're not compressing it. It's huge. We then can use that to make the videos we do, the still images we do, and again, other than, the only time we have to recompress it is when we have enlarged it or something and we want a video, we do it. We just, again, do it at such a low compression level that you probably couldn't tell the difference. So that's how we pull it off without having any tools from GeoVision that can really do what we want it to do. So we can pull it off separately with its different software.
Now, let's talk about tools of GeoVision and tools of the software that you used. Is there a reason why you used tools that you used in this particular case that were not GeoVision?
Well, GeoVision, there's no way to pull it off in super high quality. They just pull it off so that an end user can look at the video. Here we want to do it perfectly, no loss. So we need a tool that's going to allow us to bring it off with no loss. And this is one of those kind of tools that allow us to pull it off, no loss, no more compression, everything's there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit AA and ask you if you recognize this particular exhibit, Mr. Cohen.
I do.
And what is that an exhibit of?
Yeah, this is a MOV file. That's at the end, the suffix, .mov. Shows a timeline, obviously, that you've dictated for that.
Okay, and did you view that particular thumb drive to determine whether that thumb drive came from the Q6 imaged hard drive of the Cobb Theater?
Yes, the original came from that.
And does
Correct.
that thumb drive contain a fair and accurate depiction of what you pulled from that hard drive in that thumb drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move this AA into evidence.
Any objection?
And would you like to have them individually bring to you, or do you want all seven at one time once it's? We would move this into evidence, I would imagine that would be defense exhibit number
Yeah.
1, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for me to do it all at one time once they're all introduced? Can I do that?
I have the list right here that I can mark on this, that one down this.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, it just saves time me going back and forth. Mr. Thunderberg, would you display the?
Yes. You
Thank you.
ready for that? For everybody to rearrange?
We are ready.
You gonna, was that gonna get any closer, or?
I'm planning to bring that up with Mr. Thunderberg in just a second.
Is that at number 1 now, Ted?
Yes.
May I also ask Mr. Koenig to please step down so that he can testify from a position where he can actually hear the video?
Yes.
And may I move as well?
Yes.
I think my voice is loud enough to be from here. Is that okay? You ready? Just go ahead and get it started. Yeah.
Mr. Escobar,
Yes.
can you swing one of those microphones that's in front of the jury box? Look over this, or there, either one. There's one right in front of
That good?
these guys over towards
Oh,
your seat.
You mean?
Yeah. That might pick up a little better. There we go. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Koenig, what is this video mentioning at this point in time?
Now, this is talking about various clips, video clips, from the Q6 camera views that show the movement of the defendant throughout the theater.
And the issue of down here where it says it has been resized 200%, explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah, they've been blown up to be larger. Most of these, to give you an idea, we were at, 320 by 240. These have been made to fit at 3840 by 2160 pixels. Again, no more information, just making it easier to see.
Okay. Mr. Thunderberg. Now, Dr. Matt, explain this particular screen concerning this video.
This is kind of rare. Most clocks and DVRs, the timers, sync for all the cameras. It's one system. Theirs doesn't. It's just how it is. So if you see you'll see the times at the bottom. I think they're at the bottom of these. And if you notice carefully, you'll see that times, even though you know it's later, it might be a time that's actually slightly earlier than the previous one. And that's just what's on the system.
Your Honor, this will approximately be 18 minutes. Now, Mr. Koenig, what does this mean? We're seeing a black screen, and it says no recording, next image in, now it's in milliseconds, right?
This is two reasons this can happen. The main one is the motion detection says whatever they're reading says nobody's moving. So it just stops recording, and then it picks up. Second, it's less of a problem with most of these, but some of them, when they come back up, instead of being at 30 frames or images per second, is only at 10. So basically, you get these real short ones, where basically it's not recording for small periods of time. The longer ones are, as you see.
And who is inserting this, this black screen here with the identification to the viewer?
We are. We're trying to make it so people understand that it's not actually black. It didn't record black. It just didn't record anything.
And so when it doesn't record anything, you're putting in this black screen to identify that it's not being recorded and when the next image for recording would come?
Yeah, we put that in if it's long enough. If it's real short, we don't, but
Okay. stop right there. Now, Mr. Koenig, what have you done here in having this process here with CAN 12, which would be the left side of the theater, is that correct, as you're facing the screen, and CAN 11 on the right side?
Correct. We're showing the same area, but from opposite directions. It'd be like having a camera here and then one over there. You see the same, all of you in the jury, and the judge, but to different angles.
Matt, stop there for a second. You know, Mr. Koenig, we haven't seen any video recording for quite some time. Does that mean that nobody was moving at all? Or does that mean that the sensor wasn't picking whatever movement was taking place?
The answer to the second one, either the sensor didn't pick it up, but more than likely, it's the sensitivity itself was set. It required more movement than that to have something happen. Or, especially on the one on the left, it might have been looking toward the center of the picture where nobody was sitting. So in that area, it's looking at, nobody moves. For them, and then nothing there. So it depends on, again, how it was set up, the original settings of the system.
And so the positioning of the cameras obviously would be important?
What?
The positioning of the cameras.
Well, I mean, I guess the motion sensor doesn't care where you put the camera in a sense. It's going to do that. But the cameras themselves are positioned to where somebody decided they wanted.
Koenig.
Yeah, does it require the screen?
Yeah, we got another exhibit coming up. And if you could, put it and take that one. And approach you on it. Mr. Koenig, I'm going to approach you and ask you to take a look at Exhibit II and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether you recognize Exhibit II.
I do.
And how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is from Q6.
And do you have your initials on that?
I do.
And have you reviewed that particular thumb drive with its contents to determine whether it fairly and accurately depicts the contents that was in Q6?
I have, and it does.
And Q6 being the image hard drive from the Cop Theater video system on January the 13th of 2014.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish it? We would move to introduce this as evidence. Mr. Martin?
No objection. How long is this one, Mr.?
Your Honor, I will promise you that this one, we're not going to allow the blacks to just linger. We're going to move to the significant portions of this video, but it'll go probably a bit quicker. We would move II into evidence. Number two? Okay. Thanks. Stop right there, man. Mr. Koenig, what is this a video of?
This is one of the portions on Cam 11. We call that the right side of the theater interior. This is playing back at 1/4 speed. So the original was 20 seconds, it's now 80 seconds in time. You play back. It's been enhanced as best you can with this stuff. And we have still the time captions, but not enough.
And it's magnified 200%?
And I should note that before the time, you probably won't realize this now, it's minutes, colon, seconds, dot, and then milliseconds.
Go forward to relevant part. Go forward to the relevant.
Go, I'll tell you when to.
Oh.
Stop there, Matt. And Mr. Koenig, this is what you meant by slowing it down, 25% of the rate, is that
It's
correct?
1/4 of the normal speed.
Okay, and that's to be able to focus and see it in a much slower manner?
Yeah, any of the action shots can now be seen slow. So sometimes in real time, it's so fast you don't catch everything.
Go ahead, Matt. Okay, Matt, next relevant section. Yeah. Mr. Koenig, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number X, and have you take a look at exhibit number X, and tell me if you recognize exhibit number X.
I do.
And how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This label's been initialed and dated by me.
Okay, and have you viewed that particular thumb drive and to try to match it up with the portions in Q6 that correspond to that thumb drive?
Correct.
And does that thumb drive contain a fairly accurate depiction of what was in Q6?
Correct.
We would move defense exhibit X into evidence.
That's exhibit number 3.
It would be entered as number 3.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it?
Yes.
Hey, Matt, stop there, please. Mr. Koenig, what is this video of, and what is being done to this video in order to play it for the members of the jury?
Again, cam 11 is, as you look at the screen, it's on the right side. Again, we've inserted black frames in there and put overlaid the actual time on the screen.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, that's okay, Matt, you're good, you're good. Go ahead, Matt, and move it forward to the relevant sections. Okay, Matt, next relevant section. Okay, stop there for a second. The second video clip in that particular exhibit is what? What are we doing with that video clip on that
Both,
second?
first one, this one there, we use the word direct means it's not enhanced. It's a direct copy of it. The first one was no magnification. This one has 200% magnification.
Next relevant section, Matt, please. Okay, Matt, next relevant section. Stop there. Mr. Koenig, what is this clip that we're about to show, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? How did we enhance it or magnify this one?
This is exactly the same as the last one, it's magnified, but this is enhanced, and you'll see basically the darker areas will be whiter.
And Matt, if you can use your magic and stop it where you want to stop it, right?
You better stop. Oh, go to the next relevant?
No, stay there. Yeah, I just want you to stop.
Oh, okay.
Okay, stop it right there, man. Now, Mr. Koenig, at a later point in time in these videos, did we ask you to focus on certain areas of the video that we believe were important?
Yes.
Wrong color.
Is this an area that we asked you to look at in the video with a bit closer look in other clips?
Correct.
Okay. Wait a minute. Next relevant area, Matt. Please. Okay. So what did we do here on this particular clip for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
We wanted to center on that area that you identified as of interest to you. So this area is magnified and enhanced, but it's centered over in that area.
Matt, when we stop it also at the magic place. stop it there. Is this an area that we asked you to focus on in the videos of the cop theater?
Correct.
And was there another area that was either a light source or a reflective source that we were interested in as well?
That's correct.
And later clips, you focused on those two particular areas?
Yes.
Go ahead, Matt. Stop, Matt. Now, those areas that I circled were approximately 8 seconds before the next clip that we're seeing with the alleged popcorn. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So 8 seconds at least passed between when you see that area that we were focusing on and the popcorn and the hands coming forward, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt. Stop. You may have to go back. We'll do it on the next one. No big deal, Matt. Go ahead. Next relevant, read my mind. Mr. Koenig, on this particular video clip, what are we doing?
Same as the last one. We have enhancement, same area, still centered on the area your office is designated. And this will be double the magnification from 200 to 400.
Matt, I want you to stop it again at its place when we... Okay. Mr. Koenig, is that an area that we asked you to focus on in this particular video from the cop theater and later clip?
You did.
And likewise, did we ask you to focus on that particular area of the video of the cop theater?
You did.
And can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how many pixels are depicted in the smaller circle area that I have just pointed out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Lighted pixels here is a total of 6 pixels.
That means that that is a rectangle, 6
Yes.
pixels? And again, this is a depiction of some movement at least 8 seconds before, oh, the judge wants to see. Sorry. This is a depiction of movement at least 8 seconds before we first see the hand moving forward on the next series of images. Is that correct?
Yes.
Stop, Matt. Right there. Stop. Mr. Koenig, later on, did we ask you to pull some PNG individual images in order to capture a movement that we believed was Mr. Reeves's?
I'm not going to object to testifying.
Did we ask you to pull some individual images? I will rephrase you on it. Some individual images in order to take a look at the area of the left side of Mr. Reeves's face.
We were asked to pull the still images. We pulled them off without any change, and made a PNG again, is an uncompressed, well, slightly compressed, but it's a lossless format. In other words, it doesn't compress, it doesn't change it.
And we'll be playing those later. Go ahead, man.
We should note that when the gun went off,
Yeah,
that's dust coming down.
Excuse me.
Oh, stop, man, for a second.
You going to ask him a question?
I can't,
Yeah.
We see a bunch of bubbles. Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those bubbles possibly reflect?
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, they're fired at shock wave. They probably don't dust the ceiling in the theater very often, and that's what came down.
Go ahead, Matt. Next relevant section. Okay, so on this particular video clip, what are we doing, Mr. Koenig, in order to describe what the jury is about to see?
It's the same as the very last one, large magnification, centered on the appropriate area you've designated, but it's playing back at 1/2 speed.
Okay, Matt? And stop it at the appropriate areas, Matt, okay? Those are two areas that later on we've asked you to focus on and provide us some film of those two particular areas.
You did, yes.
And we'll talk about them when we get there. Matt, can you go back just a little bit on that? I want to ask. Oh. All right. Okay, right there. Did you do any work in an effort to try to focus on that light source, whether it was reflective or a light itself? Did you do any work specifically to try to enhance and magnify and have a focus on that particular area?
Yes, we looked at it. I mean, you can't really directly tell.
And tell me why a forensic expert like yourself cannot tell what that is.
Well, I guess, first off, I don't have magic eyes. Every one of you can look at the video and see what's there. I can measure things, pull them off, do things like that. You can't. Or maybe some of you can. But we can only tell you what's there. You can see this as well as I can see it. And there's nothing I can measure. It's 6 pixels. It's in a rectangle. It's obviously lighter than the background. But beyond that, I can't say.
Going back. to stop this up. A little bit further back than that. Stop. Again, the pixel individual PNGs that we asked you to pull were from the left side and the right side of Mr. Reeves's face. Later on, we're going to be playing those, correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Matt. Next relevant section, Matt. Okay, stop there. Okay, I believe this is the last clip of this particular video. Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're doing here in order for them to be able to understand this video?
This is exactly the same as the last. Enhanced, centered on that, 400% magnification, but now it's going to play back 1/4 speed.
You're ready to stop it, Matt? Stop. Again, at a future video, did you do anything with that particular section in order to focus on that more thoroughly and closer for Vivian?
Yes.
Okay. And in those other clips, did you also put circles on the two movements that were important to the defense?
You remarked on that. I don't remember. Some of them were rectangles all, but I think they're mostly circles.
Okay. Matt, can you go back a little bit so we can start that segment again, please? Right before that, Matt. Stop. A little bit further forward. Go ahead. Your Honor, we're going to go a little bit out of sequence, Matt. We can stop that one. And can you give me Exhibit CC? And the only reason is we're running out of time. First, Your Honor, Mr. Koenig, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit CC and ask you to please take a look at it and see if you can identify that.
Yes.
And did you view that particular thumb drive to determine whether it fairly and accurately depicted the contents of Q6?
I did.
And does it?
It does.
Your Honor, we would move CC into evidence. Thank you, Your Honor. Segment 1. Okay, stop. Please. Mr. Koenig, what do we have here now? Something you call looped video. What is, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a looped video is.
Means we've taken a section, small section of time, and played it back over and over and over again.
Okay. Is that pretty common in forensics?
Yes.
And that was from cam 11, which would have been the camera to the right if you're facing the screen?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt. And this is 400 magnification?
Yes.
And the segment that we're playing here is about approximately 8 seconds before the popcorn event. Is that correct?
Sounds right. The segment itself is about 1.5 seconds.
Segment number 2. Now, this particular segment has some additional highlighted areas, a red circle and a yellow circle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Highlighting movement,
Yes.
400% magnification.
Yes.
Go ahead, Matt. Next segment, Matt.
Mr. Esteban, I have a question about that last two. What was the speed of those two?
Yeah, that wasn't speed adjusted, don't worry.
It's a regular speed.
Okay, so what, Matt, let's go back to the actual instructions so that we can identify what this is. And so this is a similar clip, except it's going backwards and forward. Explain to the jury what that means.
That means if I move forward like this, the other one would stop there and then go back. You know, this one, I go forward, and then it shows me just backing up to the beginning again. So it goes forward, back in time.
Okay. And this is at 400% magnification
Correct.
and no adjusted speed.
That's correct.
Again, Mr. Koenig, this is a segment of the video that precedes any of the popcorn, about 8 seconds.
Correct.
Next segment. Okay, this one is 1 minute loop enhanced, correct?
Correct.
Red circles highlighting and yellow circles highlighting movement, correct?
Correct.
50% playback, 400% magnification, so half the speed on this
But
one.
it's only in the forward direction, go backward.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt. Next segment, Matt. Okay. What is this?
Same as the last one, 50% playback speed, enlarged in that area, enhanced, but this one includes the backward. So forward, and then it's played backward. And then forward and backward.
Next segment, Matt. What is this clip illustrating?
Again, it's a loop about 1.5 seconds, enhanced, only in the forward direction here, with red circling and the yellow circling. This is at 1/4 speed. Same 1.5 seconds.
And 400% magnification.
Yes.
Go ahead, Matt. Next segment, Matt, I believe it would be the last one. Okay, so what do we have here?
And this would be, again, that 1.5 second, forward and backward loops. Enhance, red circle, the highlighted object, yellow circle where the movement is, 25% playback, high magnification, approximately centered on the ear.
Again, this being approximately 8 seconds before the next clip with the hands in the alleged popcorn.
Correct.
Go ahead, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached a stopping point for today. There's a bit more to go, and it would take us way past the time when we can stay for today. So I'm going to let you go now. Please remember all my instructions. Hang on, I can't see everything. Please remember all my instructions during the recess. Don't do any independent research of any sort. Don't discuss the facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And I will see you back, report back to the jury pool room about 8, whatever time you need to be there. We want to start at 8:30. And if possible, could you check and see or make arrangements? We may work a little later tomorrow night. Is that going to be a problem for anyone? I'd like to, we may be able to do that tomorrow night if possible, okay? All right, any questions for today? All right, thank you for your continued attention.
All right, we're in the recess till 8:30 in the morning.
Be released.
Yes, Your Honor, if we can have Mr. Koenig go back tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
free to go. Tammy, what about? Yeah, they, all those 1 through 4 need to go with the clerk at this point. Typically, the courtroom is not open until 8 o'clock unless we have jurors coming in, potential prospective jurors. If it's opened at 7:30 on any other days, there's overtime involved, and we're trying to avoid that. So unless, like tomorrow's, there's no there are jurors coming in tomorrow.
Yes.
So tomorrow will be all right.
Well, I don't know if they're coming in for 7:30?
Prospective jurors are coming in
Okay.
at 7:30, yeah.
Okay.
So,
7:30.
aware of that one. But after tomorrow, I don't think there's going to be any other jurors brought the rest of the week, so it'll be 8 o'clock.
You're talking about the courthouse, the front doors, Your Honor?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, so, just plan your schedule accordingly, okay? All right, now, what else?
Judge, if I can approach, I think that you probably have a copy of the stipulation because we talked about it. But just to give the court a bit of history concerning this issue, as the court well knows, even though law enforcement had the capabilities of meeting with the Cobb Theater and with the producers of the previews, They did none of that. We received from Cobb a list of the actual movie previews that were playing there at the theater. And those movie previews are actually controlled by the entity that owns those previews. Both Mr. Martin and myself got a copy of that list and acknowledged that that's what was playing at the Cobb Theater on January the 13th of 2014. We had to go and hire an actual movie critic who had relationships with the entities that owned those particular previews in an effort to try to get our hands on those previews so that we could play them at any future court hearing. And if the court recalls, we actually did play them. They're actual videos with sound of the actual previews. We entered prior to the last hearing into a stipulation, which you have before you. If you look at the very bottom, it actually lists the trailer pack list of trailers played on January the 13th of 2014. And we intend to play those particular trailers, those previews, to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. They, I think, should be entitled to see it. I think they should be entitled to hear it, because those were robust, and I'm using that in a soft term. Those were robust trailers, sabotage, you name it. There's guns blaring, there is action galore. It is a pretty impactful series of previews. I certainly can't even imagine, as I stand here, I can't even imagine the prosecution not wanting to play for this jury what was actually played in previews on the date and time of the incident. Why we would want to keep that away from this jury, I have no idea. It has the most relevancy that you can talk about. Even their witnesses have talked about the previews playing during this entire incident. And so I would ask the court to allow us to play those particular previews. Earlier, Mr. Rosenwasser came up and said, well, what if you just play 2 of the previews? The problem is that, as you can see on the stipulation, we can't tell which preview was playing at what time, and so the jury's entitled to hear all the previews. And that's, I think, the appropriate format to take. But for us to do something different in trying to select a particular preview here, or a particular preview here, I think would be inappropriate. I think we need to play all the previews, let the jury see what effect those previews could have on a human being that's in a theater, in a darkened theater, seated in a seat. Because I can tell you that that is a factor that should have been considered by law enforcement. And Your Honor, I think you realize this, they've even admitted they could have done that very day. That very day, they could have said, management, go down to mid-level 1, let me sit in seat 9A, and play those previews, and let me see what that experience was like. Let me see what my perception was at that time. They had control of that theater. They failed to do it. And so now we had to go out and do what we did in order to find these previews.
Mr. Rosenwasser?
I mean, as always, and I do not mean this as a slight to Mr. Escobar, I do appreciate how he advocates for his client. Having said that, when he makes a statement how I can't believe that the state wouldn't want to play these trailers, it actually, like, as I'm hearing it, I literally can't believe it, because there is actually no more prejudicial and irrelevant information that could come through the playing of these videos than probably anything in this entire case. So maybe we just look at it completely opposite, but the reasons for not allowing this are many. So when I read the Stand Your Ground transcript where there was an objection to this was the reason that Mr. Escobar indicated that these trailers should be admitted. Quote, for the effect of the viewing and the actual hearing. In other words, to actually simulate the actual experience that the defendant was having while these trailers were being played. Otherwise, it has absolutely no bearing whatsoever in this case at all. Zero. It's not relevant because there's no way in the world to recreate what happened in that theater. Even if we have the best law enforcement in the entire world, you can't recreate it. You can't recreate where everyone was in the theater. You can't recreate anyone's movements in the theater. You can't recreate an angle in the theater where, let's just say, for example, Mr. Oulson leaned forward and the defendant leaned back. You can't recreate that in a million years. You have to rely on eyewitness testimony and the video, however anyone wants to perceive that video depicts the event. You can never recreate that moment, ever. No matter who you are, if you're the best agency in the world, you can't. What the defense wants to do is play a series of, I don't know the number, let's say it's 7 videos, showing all these action-packed movies, okay? We have absolutely no idea what video was playing at the time, at all. So not only is it completely irrelevant, even if there can be an argument made that it's irrelevant, it is a 403 textbook. Like, if you can think of a 403 argument that's any better, I'd be glad to hear it. This is the most prejudicial. Probative value is substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect of any evidence at all in this trial. There is absolutely no way that this does not fall under 90.403. We have no idea, even based on the stipulation, what movie was playing. We don't know what part of the movie was playing, because that would have an impact on anything. There could be dialogue where it doesn't mean anything. It could be a gun went off, it might mean something. A grenade went off, it meant something. It might be in a lull where there's some romantic scene, because it doesn't mean that there's not a romantic scene. We don't know, which is the whole point of this objection. They might be kissing, there might be nice music. The best evidence is what the witnesses have said during the course of this trial. Every single one of them said, previews were playing, it was loud, but we could hear. That's exactly what the best evidence is. It's not randomly playing 7 trailers for some possible effect that would have on the jury, only to argue, it was loud and crazy in there, look at these 7 trailers. It is a textbook 90.403, where any relevance is substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect. We don't know what the lighting conditions were. Playing this on a TV in the courtroom, what is the purpose of that? There's absolutely no purpose in it. It is only to confuse and mislead the jury about what was happening in the theater. It is absolutely 100% speculation. There is no way in the world that this could be viewed as relevant, but even if it could be considered to be relevant, it is substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect. There is nothing more misleading to the jury than playing all those videos. Even if it was one video, let's say we picked out one, it would still be the exact same argument because you don't know what was happening at that exact moment in time, which is really the issues in this case.
So let's think about that. Law enforcement fails to preserve what they could have preserved that day, meaning they could have preserved, we would have known exactly what preview was playing, because they could have done it right then and there. And so Mr. Rosenwasser's statement is, okay, listen, yeah, we screwed up. We didn't preserve them the way we should have. You know, we would have known at that point in time it was, whether it was sabotage or whether it was RoboCop or what have you. Oh, but listen, we didn't do that, so, you know, it's 403, you know, now that we're trying to introduce the entire 7. Now, let me tell you why it's not 403. Lawyers love to throw out 403 because they say it's more prejudicial. Well, the question is, tell me the prejudice. They're watching 7 action-packed videos. Is the court telling me that it's prejudicial under 403 when they bring me a picture of the inside of the theater all lit up? Is that prejudicial? Is that a 403 objection? Because guess what? It wasn't lit up when this particular incident occurred. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we're going to introduce photos that are lit up in a particular theater for a jury to see when it wasn't in that fashion at the time of the incident, and everybody has testified, even their witnesses have testified, that darkness has a detrimental effect on perception. So if we're going to allow these photos that are bright and clear and what have you, which wasn't what was happening on January the 13th of 2014, when Mr. Reeves had to fire his gun, then 403 doesn't work here. Because the issue is, tell me what the prejudice is. There is no prejudice. We're not telling this jury, hey, by the way, what you hear here in the form of noise level is exactly the noise level that occurred on January 13th. Just like we're not telling the jury on a photo, hey, we're not telling you that this is the way the theater looked, okay, on January the 13th when the shot rang out. It's got to be prejudicial. There is no prejudice in playing the actual videos that they have seen that are on the list from the Cobb Theater that this jury has every right under relevancy to see. Because they have to be able to see it, they have to be able to hear it, and then they've got to determine whether that had any effect on anyone in that theater. Mr. Reeves, witnesses, you have it. All of these witnesses testified the previews were loud. All of these witnesses testified, or some of the witnesses testified that there were action. We're doing nothing other than what actually happened in that theater. And Your Honor, you can't throw 403 unless you tell what the prejudice is. It is so relevant in this case that I am shocked that they're making that issue that is not relevant. It is very relevant because that's exactly what happened in this case. There was these previews.
All right. You know, initially the argument was made that since, excuse me, we don't know which ones were being played, then we need to play them all. Nah, no, I don't see the logic there, and quite frankly, I don't think it's proper to show any of them. It's definitely, I think it's misleading. Mr. Rosenwasser argued it was misleading, not only 403, I won't even go there, but if it's misleading, then I'm the gatekeeper. Excuse me, and I think it's misleading for many reasons. First of all, the testimony is all over the place about, nobody seems to recall exactly which preview was playing. Imagine that, you know, they can't remember after a traumatic event like this that happened. So we don't have any idea. So the probative value of showing all 7 to me is 0. And there again, the noise level. You got not even a clue of how to recreate anything that nobody knows. You certainly aren't going to recreate it right here in this courtroom. That's just not going to happen.
But whose fault is it? It's their fault.
I'm not getting into that. So well, how would they have recreated it
They would
either?
have played it that night with a noise level.
So wait a minute. So the detective is going to sit there. Who cares what he thinks? Who cares what he sees?
No, it's not the detective. If we had a noise meter that they should have done, and my expert will say they should have had a noise meter, if they would have had a light meter, we could have recreated it right here for this jury. But you know what? They didn't do it.
Not a chance.
They didn't even know you're...
Not a chance. You can't recreate all of those same things in this courtroom that happened in Theater 10. It ain't gonna happen. There again, misleading. You can't, I agree with Mr. Rosenwasser. There is no way to recreate everything in this courtroom that happened in that theater. So whether or not that was done, we've heard testimony over and over, and that's what we've got. That's the best evidence that we have here as far as the noise and the light. And to play 7 or 6 or 8 trailers that they might not have seen 3/4 of them. We don't know, but we certainly don't know which one was on at the time. So, no, we don't get to play all of them because we don't know. We get to play none of them because we don't know.
Judge, we would just like to introduce, Matt, we have that disc. We could give that disc and give it to the clerk for preservation of error.
All right, that'll be the first one, I guess. Have we admitted any court exhibits yet actually in? Do we have one?
3 pending.
I know there's at least 3 pending.
Put it next in order.
I think there is one court exhibit. That was,
Your Honor, it would be defense exhibit number H, and I am approaching the court, or the clerk, so I can give that to her. Can I do that?
Yeah, but it's got to come in as, I'm thinking it's,
A court exhibit.
I know, I'm trying to get which one.
Oh,
I think it's going to be 2. I believe we have admitted 1. Do you have one, Madam Clerk?
Hold on one second, Judge, so I know
I
that.
can't.
Court's exhibit number 1 was a video.
And it's there, you have
I
it?
do not have that.
Okay, so probably,
Do not recall it. I never
Okay.
got that one.
okay, so none of them have been, there should be, as Mr. Martin indicated, a total of 3 coming. So this is the first one to actually go to the clerk, so it will be number 1.
No, I know we have one
Oh,
because it was scanned.
Okay.
Let me look them up.
all right.
Because that's already been docketed.
So if we have 1, then it'll be 2. It'll come in as 2. And that is your video, a disc with the
movie trailers.
movie trailers. All right, and your objection is well documented for the record, as is my response. All right. Connie? Yes?
There's another issue.
All right, hang on. I don't know.
Court's exhibit number 1 was the evidence receipt.
All right,
So this will be number 2, Judge?
number 2. My assistant received a phone call from someone somewhere in the world indicating that the cameras are showing the first row of jurors. My assistant indicated that she also was looking at it on the court TV, and she didn't see any
Okay.
jurors, so.
Maybe it was just some underlying.
Or they don't know what they're looking at, I don't know. But I think we would have heard more from more people.
Your Honor, they're indicating that it's the defendant and the people sitting behind them, like whoever's behind the defendant.
Okay,
That is.
okay, okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Rosenwasser, what else you got? I can go to 5:15.
This one's easy. I've noticed that the defense has a bunch of binders here, which is a full view of the jury, that has a whole bunch of writing about potential witnesses that, let's say there's 100 people because, there's 100 people on the witness list. It's almost, it reminds me of, I had a trial once where the lead homicide detective brought a notebook up, and on the front of the notebook was the victim's picture. And that's how they denote the homicide case. And the defense made an objection. I said, I never really thought of that, but I can kind of see it. So, I was okay with it. So it's kind of like the same objection I'm making now. I don't think they can turn their notebooks around. I just don't think it's necessary for the jury to see that.
All right, I'm looking at them. Yeah, they're pretty big and pretty, there's a lot of writing that is aimed right at the jury box for all intents and purposes. If we could turn it sideways towards you guys when no one's walking through those doors anyways, except for you guys, right? That little door right there, yeah. So just turn it so that it's not facing the jury, please. That was an easy one.
And that was just a side issue. The other issue was, in looking at the defense witness list, they want to introduce into evidence the full written statements of witnesses. And I have a case so I can present to the court. We can do this tomorrow. It's up to the court. But the state's position is going to be those statements are not admissible as evidence. What these cases say is that if someone's going to be impeached by their written statement, they show them the written statement, which is what happened during the course of the trial. They have an opportunity to deny it or say what happened. For example, most of the witnesses are saying, I really wasn't told what to fill out in this witness statement. And, lay people, they don't know what the elements of the crimes are. They weren't being interviewed. They wrote things down, but they were asking cross-examination about it. No one said, well, I see that document, and although it's mine, I never said that. No one's denying it. They all said, I see what you're saying, and they kind of went with the defense attorney almost every time, to be honest with you. So the actual statements themselves are not admissible, and I can give the court and the defense copies of some case law. The first one is Supreme Court of Florida, Jennings v. State. All guys can read 5/12/72, 169. And the other one is, again, from the Supreme Court of Florida, Pierce, P-E-A-R-C-E versus Florida. That one's in 2004, 880 Southern 2nd, 561. And that just talks about the proper procedure for using them.
Thank you. All right, defense?
Your Honor, when and if we introduce those statements, we will certainly abide by the law.
Okay. I don't, I mean, this is a complicated case, but I can't remember in any other cases where witness statements have been introduced as evidence for various reasons, but I'm all ears. If for some.
We will certainly lay the proper predicate for the court's consideration.
Okay. And likewise, as far as the CVs, I've, kind of indicated my ruling on that. So if I know some of the nuances, if defense is going to persist in wanting those admitted, we're going to have to talk about that some more too.
Judge, we will, and we'll provide the court whatever the court needs in order to make the decision.
All
I
right.
feel pretty comfortable about that.
Okay. All right. That's about it. Anything else that we can address quickly? 5 minutes? All right. All right. Well, another well-done day. We'll see you all in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Yes.